hawkish stance. Just last week, we heard from the ECB, which actually hiked rates, signaling further hikes down the line. Moving over to company news, Apple has signaled that consumers may soon pay more for its devices as the AI boom drives up the cost of memory and storage chips. Demand from data centers building AI infrastructure is soaking up global chip supply, leaving electronics manufacturers competing for fewer components and facing steep price increases. The company's CEO, Tim Cook, said both memory availability and pricing have become major concerns. While Apple is considering using its financial resources to help expand supply, it has ruled out building its own chip manufacturing facilities. The company is reportedly preparing to launch new iPhone models later this year. So that's some of the news investors have been digesting amid what appears to be an easing in geopolitical tensions, pushing oil prices 1.8% lower this morning to around $78 a barrel. That, however, did little to support equities, with traders spooked by the prospect of a Fed rate hike in October. As a result, U.S. stocks closed lower overnight, with that cautious sentiment filtering through to Asia, where markets are trading mixed. The JSE, meanwhile, played catch-up yesterday, with the all-share index ending 0.4% higher. The rand losing some momentum this morning, trading at 16.31 to the dollar, 21.72 to the pound, and 18.80 to the euro. And that's your market brief. I'll be back in an hour's time with another update.
Africa in Focus with Advocate Sipho Mantula on SAfm.
It's 6:40. Advocate Mantula, refreshing morning to you.
Refreshing morning to Casey and Jumbo Africa to our listeners across the African continent.
All right, we're going to start with the BRICS Bank. South Africa securing 1 billion rand for urban infrastructure from that bank.
Very important moves, Casey. As you know that we have been part of the BRICS from your India, Brazil, South Africa, IPSA to BRICS, and the BRICS Plus now with the expansion. This $1 billion US is very important when you look at our infrastructure upgrades at the local government level. 8 municipalities expected to benefit, but let's not expect corruption to creep in there. We have Tshwane, Nelson Mandela Bay, Mangaung, eThekwini, Ekurhuleni, Buffalo City, Cape Town, and Johannesburg. And this is very important because this lending infrastructure goes to water supply, sanitation, electricity, and solid waste management. Very important when you look at the theme of AU for 2026 around water supply and sanitation. Let us at least try, to do these gaps because South Africa has been having challenges, they've been borrowed money, but they have to make sure that it will benefit ordinary people. This bank was set up in 2015. We know very well. It has lent other countries on energy, roads, and ports. And I think South Africa's estimate has been looked by the bank is that the infrastructure gap of South Africa is between 254 to 329 billion USD between 2022 and 2030, according to the bank trajectory. So it's very important to say that let's not secure this loan and we only find out it's going to the wrong pockets.
Okay. Here's a move we don't see often. The government of Equatorial Guinea submitting a collective resignation. We hear about collective responsibility in our country, but never collective resignations.
Absolutely. The Prime Minister of Equatorial Guinea, Malabo, also Nsuwa, saying that they presented collective resignation of the entire government, saying that what they've achieved is barely under 10% of what they promised 2 years ago. And their son and also the Vice President of Obiang, saying also that it is the principle of accountability in public administration. And it will be clear whether government will still appoint other new members of cabinet to deal with this, because some of the key issues is, Katie, it has been the misuse of state resources at the expense of personal interest by the corrupt and the illicit enrichment that has been going on in that government. So hence they have submitted the collective resignation. Like you said, very rare, very strange. We see many African countries doing the same mistakes and failing their own citizens.
Yeah, and outcomes from that visit yesterday as South Africa hosted the Rwandese delegation.
Very important to know that you recall we and Rwanda have not been seeing eye to eye. If you recall the M23 saga in the DRC, the issues also of what has happened with some of the Rwandese coming exile here, fighting with Kagame. But I think the meeting of yesterday between the ministries of foreign affairs was to look at the issue of easing of travel restriction that will allow the Rwandese to enter South Africa without special passports. They had to look at the issue of modernizing, what they call modernizing the visa regime between the two countries. They've also engaged on the current crisis that we see in the continent. How do we strengthen African unity and the Pan-African project within the African continent? Lamula also grateful on the lift of the ban on agricultural produce from South Africa. You'll recall when there was a eruption of diseases in terms of the food, there was the issue of suspending some of our agricultural products. So they had to engage on those bases. And I think that's a fruitful meeting. There might be lessons to learn, despite, like I said, we have started at the shaky ground since last year. But I think both ministries of international relations have to, like I'll always say, foreign policy must translate to domestic interest of the citizens.
And in our historical archives, the 18th of June, 1942.
No matter the weather, they love and hate him, but he's turning 84 years old. And I think let's play a clip to tell them who is his birthday today. He's 84 years old, by the way.
At times, and in fear, I have wondered whether I should concede equal citizenship of our country to the leopard and the lion, the elephant and the springbok, the hyena, the black mamba, and the pestilential mosquito. A human presence among all of these, a feature on the face of our native land just defined, I know that none dare challenge me when I say I am an African.
When he's closing this speech that we know, we've played it before, but I thought let's take the listeners back memory lane. Born on this day, 1942, at Etutwa, the former Transkei. The elder also, Tabumbeki, his parents were prominent. You'll remember Uncle Gov joining the ANC at the age of 14, moving to exile also, playing a major role in international and continental affairs. We'll recall that President Mbeki was the only deputy president when the National Party, the then National Party, withdrew from the GNU in 1996 in June. 30 years ago, he was the only deputy president who said, and the month of June, very important to him. You see, you talk about his birthday. He was elected as a president in 1999 on the 14th of June, inaugurated on the 16th of June 1999, and the 18th of June today, as we are celebrating and commemorating his 84th birthday. Asante sana sisikhethi esiwasilile in the Trovezation, SAFM, observing the Soweto uprising, man.
Mavis, I wonder if I should sell my car. I'm not sure where to go.
Wanna sell your car, but don't know what to do. You don't have to go far, we come to you. If you're rolling on a 1.5 or a Lacquer 2.2, doesn't matter what you drive, we buy cars once you.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Allendale and Buccleuch, so quite a heavy backlog coming through New Road down towards the obstruction. There's also been a crash on the M1 North after Bayers Nordia from 14th Avenue side, so Ridderport through to Randburg. That's heavily backed up. And some overnight roadworks that overran at Van Buren Road earlier this morning have caused quite an enormous backlog for N3 traffic coming through Ilan's interchange up through the normal restrictions at Heldnace and then on to Van Buren as well. The Pretoria situation, yesterday you were stuck in heavy traffic approaching Sefaka Makato due to an overnight overrun on the roadworks. None of that this morning. It's all normal through there. Durban, the N2 highway, very heavy breakdowns, 2 of them, southbound before Spaghetti Junction, northbound, as well as the roadworks, you've got a crash before Umgeni Road. So coming up the N2 from the M7, very heavy. Also the M4 around the Clarewood Jacobs area, inbound on the Southern Freeway. That looks heavy. And Cape Town, an earlier crash on the N2 inbound at the R300 is the reason for the big backlog of traffic passing Khayelitsha. N2 inbound's heavy from Spine Road, and a crash on the R300 north at Stellenbosch Arterial, backlogging traffic from Delft area. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfm Radio.
You're listening to the National Briefing. It's 6:48. Let's get into this story then. The DA's new leader, Gordon Hill Lewis, has asked President Ramaphosa to reshuffle the party's team in government, including moving John Steenhuisen out of agriculture and replacing him with Willie O'Kamp. Now, this is a request to the president and not a decision. The president still has the final say on cabinet appointments, but politically, the message is significant. Hill Lewis appears to be putting his own stamp on the party's leadership. Professor Ntsikelelo Breakfast is a political analyst and acting director of the Center for Security, Peace and Conflict Resolution at Nelson Mandela University. Ntsikelelo, good morning to you. Thanks for your time this morning. So, 2 key aspects that I want us to touch on. One is around internally what is at play here within the DA. Is this a purging of those ministers that were known to have been aligned to John Steenhuisen? Because all of these suggested changes leave effectively 3 people out of the cabinet who were representing the DA.
Thank you very much, Kathy, for having me. I think the interesting thing is that for a longest period of time, the DA has been lambasting the ANC for using the state institutions to dish out favors to henchmen in exchange for political support. But paradoxically, it is doing the same thing. But this time around, it is just doing that, via another leader of another political party, but essentially it is using the executive institution to dish out favors to certain people who have supported the current leadership of the DA. So what we see here, we see a factional battle within the party that is having a spillover effect to the legislative institution. And this, the worst part of it is that it's got nothing to do with the national interests. Those institutions of the state, they are meant to advance the national interests. But now we see a new leader or the new leadership trying to convey a message to a leader who was once in charge of the party in terms of where does the power reside.
Of course, it becomes more consequential, right? Because we're operating in the framework of a government of national unity. And I might be simplistic in my approach, but just the idea, Ntsikelelo, that the leader of a partner of the GNU issues a statement that effectively becomes a precursor or a trigger for a cabinet reshuffle. Are those the times that we have moved into? Is this the way that things are supposed to be?
I also don't want to be simplistic, because I understand that Chapter 5 of the Constitution, Section 91, says the president is the one that appoints this person and that person and blah, blah, blah. But everything has a context, and context is everything. The issue is that the ANC did not win the elections outrightly. Had it not been for the DA and other political parties, the ANC would not have constituted the current arrangement of the power sharing. So I think we should keep that in mind when we invoke the a constitution. So the issue is that the DA also has a stake in a government. So it has a say because there is I think, a statement of intent that was signed off by the DA and the ANC. Therefore, I think it is within the right of the DA to demand, I think, who can be deployed, and if the party wants to remove this person, and so I think there's that understanding. I won't interpret it as trying to dictate to the president. That argument can only apply, in my view, when one political party has won the elections by itself.
So effectively, even the idea that the president rests with the sole prerogative of appointing his cabinet, that's not where we are.
The issue, I think maybe, Kathy, the formulators of the Constitution, they never saw it coming that at some point one-party dominance was going to be a thing of the past. I think there was a mindset that we were going to have one hegemonic party, but now things have changed now. So in as much as in theory the president is the one that appoints this person and that person, but also we must keep in mind that had it not been for other political parties that have supported the president would not have been the one that is holding the position that he holds. No wonder he cannot disregard now a request from a particular political party that is part of the arrangement.
Let's talk then about just the requests also coming through from the Women's League around the vacancy created by the firing of Sisito Lash. It seems that there could well be just a broader reshuffle at play here, very briefly.
Yes, you are on point. That position has not been filled, but that one, I think, falls under the domain of the ANC. Then the president then can exercise those powers. But with regard to the request from the DA, I think it's a different kettle of fish.
And to get a little breakfast, we'll leave it there for this morning. He's a political analyst and acting director of the Center for Security, Peace and Conflict Resolution at Nelson Mandela University. So context matters, but I wonder, there's so much that we can debate around, what the complexity of a government of national unity also brings.
Conversations that you connect with and react to. SAFM.
Well, one of South Africa's oldest and most important agricultural businesses has been given a lifeline. After years of financial turmoil and a lengthy business rescue process, Tongaat Hewlett has been saved from liquidation, securing the future of thousands of jobs, sugarcane growers, suppliers, and communities that depend on the company. Now, the business rescue practitioners, including the Industrial Development Corporation and the Vision Consortium, have been able to structure a deal that has led to this current phase. David Jarvis is Acting Chief Operations Officer of the IDC. David, good morning to you. Thanks for your time this morning.
Good morning, Carol. Thanks for having me on your show.
So, David, it really seemed to be touch and go there in terms of what the future of Tongaat Hewlett was going to hold. What pushed the IDC and the Vision Consortium to finally get to this point of this deal?
So, Carol, we obviously have been engaging with Vision. As you know, that the business rescue plan that was adopted was one that saw Vision becoming the majority owner of future Tongaat Hewlett. So it definitely aligns with our mandate to support the sugar refineries in KZN and support the regional economy there. So the partnership is obviously one that looks at how we can bring our strengths as a development finance institution, and Vision brings their strength as a consortium of players who operate throughout the region and will be able to build the company into the future.
The argument that had come from some sectors, from some voices within the sector, was that not enough had been done during the business rescue process to actually save Tongaat Hewlett. And of course, there is a level of urgency that has been applied now, given the withdrawal of the liquidation application. What has changed in as far as that is concerned?
So the business rescue process did take very long, and at some point the business rescue practitioners believed that they would need to apply to court to have the process converted into a liquidation application. So it really was at the edge of a potential liquidation, which we know comes with a lot of uncertainty, and we wouldn't have known what happens to the future of Tongaat Hewlett. So there was a lot of uncertainty, and the business rescue practitioners needed to see that there was liquidity in the business, and we've provided that by extending our funding to the company till the end of September. And they needed to be confident that there was a path to implementing the business rescue plan. And we signed a binding heads of agreement with Vision, which will map the path to getting us out of business rescue.
So Vision Consortium is going to remain the majority owner, but as far as I understand, the IDC is converting, the funds that it invested, I think 2.5 billion rand. It's converting that into equity, and of course, taxpayers have an interest here because it's also taxpayer funds and monies that are being used.
Yes, definitely. So we do think that we obviously take our responsibility with taxpayers' money. It doesn't come from the budgets. It is generated from our balance sheet, but it is public funds, and there's always an opportunity cost. So we could be spent where it might be better spent. But we did need to convert our debt into equity so that we can have a business that doesn't have this debt burden, which is one of the challenges. As we know, Tongaat Hewlett was a victim to financial mismanagement. It was overgeared. It had too much debt on its balance sheet. And one of the objectives of the business rescue process is to now have a company that can have a restructured balance sheet and be set for growth into the future.
How do we ensure that the environment, though, is still one in which an entity like Tongaat can survive, especially now that we have so much public money that is invested in this business? Because the real threat is still around cheap imported sugar from countries like Brazil and Thailand. And I wonder how much of this conversation you're actually extending into the ecosystem, bringing in the likes of DTI and others on how to protect the sugar industry.
Yes, so the Minister and DTIC are very aware of the regulatory issues within the sector, and they are addressing them. So we are confident that those areas are going to be addressed, and that'll also obviously assist the business. But it's also about diversification. So we do think that there's an opportunities for the business in the energy space through bioethanol or green fuel, green aviation fuel, and other initiatives, which can actually set it up for growth into the future. So it's not about business as usual. We really want to set the business up for growth into the future.
David Jarvis, we're going to leave it there, Acting Chief Operations Officer at the IDC, as Tongaat Hewlett has effectively now been given another lifeline. It's just after 7 o'clock, and Musa is standing by with the latest news update. And good morning.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
In our top stories, Parliament's impeachment committee to receive legal briefing And ANC in Northern Cape expels 5 councillors. Good morning. Parliament's Impeachment Committee will receive a briefing from the Constitutional and Legal Services Office of Parliament this morning. President Cyril Ramaphosa filed an urgent application last week in the Western Cape High Court seeking to interdict the commencement of the impeachment inquiry pending the review of the Section 89 Independent Panel report. The committee was established after a constitutional court ruling in May that impeachment proceedings should be instituted against Ramaphosa. The committee elected Rise Mzansi MP Makashule Gana as its chairperson.
On Thursday, the 18th of June 2026, the Impeachment Committee will hold a meeting to receive a report from the Constitutional and Legal Services on the urgent court interdict by President Cyril Ramaphosa. This meeting will start at 8 o'clock in the morning. Do watch it on the parliamentary social media channels.
A grade 10 learner from a school in Bellville in Cape Town has died after being struck on the head during a dispute inside a classroom. The Western Cape Education Department says the fatal altercation was sparked by the alleged theft of a cell phone. Police have confirmed they are investigating a case of murder following the incident. No arrests have been made. Western Cape Department of Education spokesperson Bruna Hammond says the alleged perpetrator has been suspended and will face disciplinary action.
Despite immediate medical assistance and hospitalization, the injured learner sadly passed away. Our condolences to the family, friends and the school community for this tragic and alarming loss. Counselling support has been provided to the school. The school will cooperate with the authorities in terms of their criminal investigation, and the alleged perpetrator has been suspended and will face disciplinary action.
The legal representative for alleged crime cartel member Vuzimuzi Matlala and his wife Tsakane says it appears there is an attempt to delay the trial. One of the co-accused, Musa Kekana, requested for a postponement to sort out his legal fees. Matlala and his co-accused appeared in the High Court in Johannesburg on charges of attempted murder for the failed assassination of socialite Tebogo Tobejane, businessman Joe Sibanyoni and music producer Sienki Mukubung. Hlawu Maluleke says they cannot afford a postponement to the trial, which has already been set for the 20th of July.
It cannot be that right on the last hour towards trial, we'll now have to deal with issues of funding. It begs the question, if funding has not yet been secured and the date is so close, how did it happen that my colleagues will accept instructions knowing for a fact that it will obviously lead to this kind of predicament?
The ANC in the Northern Cape has expelled 5 councillors serving in the Saul Plaatje municipality following a disciplinary process. The party says the councillors were found guilty of misconduct that brought the party into disrepute. The fired councillors are also accused of acting against ANC values and the disciplinary code. The move comes 4 months before the local government elections, and the vacancies at council cannot be filled. The ANC has rejected suggestions that the decision to fire the 5 councillors will impact their performance in the upcoming polls. The provincial ANC spokesperson is Sandiseni Sitole.
No, I don't think it was an incorrect decision to take towards local government elections. And I don't think it will be sending a wrong signal to our people. Ill discipline is ill discipline, and it doesn't matter who does it, at what time. If we find out that you are ill disciplined and you are a member of the African National Congress, a public representative, we are not going to hesitate to initiate disciplinary proceedings. And if needs be, expulsion must then be the final verdict, and expulsion will be the final verdict. So we are very much correct to take that decision in ensuring that we instill discipline amongst our members.
And finally, the White House has confirmed U.S. President Donald Trump has signed the Memorandum of Understanding, which could be a first step to end the war with Iran. An official says the agreement was signed by both sides remotely and was now in effect. The BBC's Thomas Morgan has more.
President Trump has always maintained that any new deal would prevent Iran from developing nuclear weapons, and the memorandum says Tehran will reaffirm that commitment. But there are discrepancies in what Mr. Trump said would be part of the agreement and what US officials say is written down. Freight will once again flow freely through the Strait of Hormuz, but after the 60-day negotiation period, there is the possibility that ships could be charged by Iran, something that's never happened before. The US leader said it was fake news that America would grant Iran a $300 billion reconstruction fund, but this is also in the text.
Recapping the top story, Parliament's Impeachment Committee will receive a briefing from the Constitutional and Legal Service Office of Parliament this morning. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
OUTsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
We've all had the anxiety of wondering if our insurer will pay out our claim. But with OUTsurance, you've got peace of mind. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that OUTsurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints received. So switch to OUTsurance, the insurer that consistently delivers on what you need insurance to do. Call 08600 60000 or visit outsurance.co.za today. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
It's a very good morning to you in your SAfm Sports Headline. It's soccer, and we look at Bafana Bafana as they prepare for tonight's must-win clash against the Czech Republic. Captain Ronwen Williams has appealed for unity and respect. And at the Women's T20 World Cup, the Proteas women beat Pakistan. Details around 7:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Heavy both sides of Joburg with big queues on the M1 from Rudaport up to a crash just past Beyers Nordia. The M1 North under pressure. Joburg's N3 North also very slow from Elands up through the roadworks at Heldenace. Right through the middle, the Mike 1 between Boysons and Parktown is jam-packed. And if you're on that run through Midrand, very heavy traffic alert this morning. Got queues from Old Joburg to New Road, and then from New Road you line up into a crash and a breakdown before Buccleuch interchange. Durban's N2 South, the breakdown of Spaghetti Junction, heavy from Inunda Road. Going north, a crash near Westwood Mall, so very heavy from the M7. Also the M4 this morning under pressure coming off the N2 North up through Merebank and in towards the Jacobs area. Cape Town crash N2 into town at Khayelitsha, causing delays from Spine Road, and a smash on the R300 North at Stellenbosch Arterial, causing a backlog from the N2. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 10 after 7 o'clock. You're listening to the National Briefing. A warm welcome to you. If you've just tuned into the show, I'm Kathy Mutlatlana. We're bringing you clarity, context, and conversation as you step into your day. Coming up in this hour, we go to Durban, where thousands of people are camped at Sherwood Hall. We'll hear from the civil society teams that are keeping them fed, and from the DA, who went to see the crisis for themselves yesterday. Now, Bafana will need to play for their World Cup lives tonight in Atlanta. We'll take you live to that scene and what we can expect. And we have a treat for you. The Drakensberg Boys Choir is bringing the spirit of the mountains to the city stage for Music in the City 2026. So guess what? In the next hour, we'll be giving away 10 tickets to lucky listeners. The choir will be showcasing at the Joburg Theatre Plus over the next 4 days. And To stand a chance to secure your ticket in that auditorium, please call in with the phrase Music in the City. What's the phrase? Music in the City to secure your spot. The numbers to dial this morning 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032 on the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107. That's 0614 104 107. Or did I mention the choir will be in studio with us just before we get to the top of 7 o'clock. So it's a jam-packed hour. On that note, let's get straight into it.
SAfm supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAfm, leading the conversation. You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
Well, it's 13 after 7 o'clock. Thousands of people are camped at Sherwood Hall in Durban, inside the hall, across the park, out in the open middle of winter. Many of them are Malawans who fled their homes after threats from anti-illegal immigrant groups. And of course, it's within a looming deadline of the 30th of June that is hanging over undocumented foreigners. Now, Yeshelin Govender is a coordinator of the civil society groups that are providing humanitarian assistance in that area. Yeshelin, good morning to you. Thanks for your time this morning. So the scenes that we saw play out yesterday, very concerning. Police deploying stun grenades, rubber bullets. Many of those gathered simply chanting they want to go home. What is making this situation so volatile right now?
Good morning, Kathy, and good morning to everyone listening into the show. Look, I just want to clarify something here. Firstly, yes, I am involved in assisting refugee groups in Durban, right? In terms of the Sherwood camp, I am not going to say that I'm one of the organizers of that camp. Civil society in Durban is collaborating with each other to assist in the humanitarian crisis that has arisen. But in terms of Sherwood, I'm not part of the organizing committee there. I'm actually assisting with a group of about 200 to 300 documented refugees who seem to have been abandoned by the state at this point. I am very much aware of the situation in Sherwood, but I know that there are other community leaders who are coordinating that effort. However, I've been to Sherwood, I am aware of the conditions there, and if you want to ask me questions on that, I can address those issues.
And please, Sherwin, if you can, for our listeners across the country, help us understand what is resulting in these tensions we're seeing.
All right. So first off, if you want to talk about the actual displacement of refugees and the fact that refugees and migrants that ended up in what is essentially, as of yesterday, Sherwood is now surrounded with barbed wires. So we have an open air concentration camp in South Africa now, don't we? But if you're looking at the tensions themselves, firstly, there's the underlying, which are justified concerns, which is the economic inequality in this country, the lack of job opportunities. You're dealing with issues such as factory closures, mine closures, all of which have resulted in escalation, unemployment, right? Then now what's happened is the justified concerns of people who are facing challenges with unemployment and a lack of service delivery, in fact. Those justified concerns have now been hijacked, by, and I would say a xenophobic movement. I know there's a constant refrain in the media that this is an anti-illegal movement, but I can tell you now, from my personal experience of this matter, this is not an anti-illegal movement. It is a xenophobic movement because it does not differentiate between legal, documented migrants in this country, and it does not differentiate between those who lack documentation. This is a movement that attacks every foreigner.
How are the people who are at Sherwood, and you'll tell us about the refugees that you say have been abandoned, how are they currently being looked after? Who is responsible for them?
Right. So I'll tell you the group that I work most closely with and which we are supporting most closely. Those are a group of fully documented refugees and asylum permit holders in this country. They come from areas such as the DRC, Rwanda, Uganda, Burundi, Sudan. Right? Now, the challenges we are facing here is that these refugees were all displaced from their homes in various areas in Durban and the surrounding areas. They were displaced from their communities by their community members and by representatives of the March and March movement. They were asked for documentation. They were told that they were told, even though they could provide documentation, they were told that they needed to leave their homes before the 30th of June. They were subjected to constant daily threats in their communities. Some of them were assaulted. There's a case of a person who was forced out of their community when three people entered this person's residence, broke down the door, took a knife to this person's face, slashed them 3 times across their face, and told them they needed to get out of the area. And that is one example of what's happening to a documented refugee. Right? So that is where the tensions are on the ground. That is where what the level of violence is on the ground. So that person flees. They go to the Home Affairs Refugee Center here in Durban based on Che Guevara Road, where they then joined approximately 4 other documented refugees who had to do a similar fleeing of their local communities. And those refugees that were there at Home Affairs, and they are still sleeping there at Home Affairs, received no assistance from the state. The assistance received from the state was that Home Affairs came there, verified that these are documented refugees, right? There is a state police vehicle, an SAPS vehicle that is stationed on the road opposite this group of refugees, where they are sleeping on the pavement, men, women, and children as young as 9 months old, sleeping on the pavement for close to a month now. And the state completely abdicated all responsibility. And this goes from the local government level, where the Metro did not and refused to activate a disaster management plan. It goes through to the provincial level, where the provincial departments who have resources to assist in this matter did not intervene in this matter. And it goes to the national level, where an official was sent from the National Home Affairs, Dion Schreiber, from his office. An official was sent from there to Durban to tell this group of refugees that no, they cannot be assisted. They need to pack up, leave KZN to avoid a genocide. So that is the input that's coming through from the national government level, that we cannot protect you here, even though it's our obligation to protect refugees in terms of every statute and agreement that we have signed with the UN. Yes, this is my vent because I'm very angry about the way the situation is being dealt with. Refugees are being treated like criminals in this country right now.
Yeshelin, Governor, we're going to have to leave it there for this morning. Let me bring in immediately Sthembiso Ngema. He's a DA leader, was part of a task team from the party that went to Sherwood yesterday. Sthembiso, this idea that even refugees who've been granted refugee and asylum status are being left in the lurch by government, is that what you found on the ground? What else came out of that visit to Sherwood?
No, thank you for the opportunity, and please forgive me, I've got flu. But I just want to quickly clarify this, that how it started there, because there are some of the things which are not true and they were reflected. I went there myself yesterday. I spoke to the lady that I've forgotten her name, white lady. She's very helpful. I spoke to the DA councillor that is assigned there. And thanks to our councillor and the mayor, even echo the same sentiments that the council has been there 24/7 ever since this thing started. How it started when people, it's mostly the Malawian, fear that on the 30th of June, they will be attacked because there has been messages on WhatsApp circulating and the voice note as well as video circulating that come 30th June, all illegal foreigners must move, must go. So if you look at this thing starts on WhatsApp like the 21st like the 2021 started on WhatsApp groups. It then moved to videos and voice notes, and then there was a looting. Now that tells you the failure of government and the crime intelligence to quickly pick up these things and start ensuring the safety.
So Stembiso, what are you saying? Are you saying what has driven people to Sherwood Hall in Durban has not necessarily been that they've been kicked out of their communities, not all of them, but the threats that are being made on social media?
What I'm trying to say to you is that not all of them were pushed out of their houses, but there's been intimidation that's circulating and some people going and knocking on their doors. And they were given an ultimatum of the 30th of June. That's what pushes many people out now in their houses because they are fearing. That is why they want to go. Now, what then we pick up when we were there and talking to them is that there is now an ultimatum of the 30th of June that they need to be out of the country if they do not have papers. So it started there, and then if you look at the situation, then most of the people who are there are Malawians. Then I think the Malawian ambassador decided to say, okay, fine, now that our people are in fear and in danger, let's start organizing buses. I think it started with about 70 people, the information that I received from our councillor, and then the bus will come, take them. Then the numbers ended up increasing. And then they ended up getting people all over now across the city coming on that side because they knew that there was a transport that is taking people. And obviously, people will come where there's a transport and want to vacate the area because they know now that there's an ultimatum and they don't know what's going to happen about it on the day. Which, again, it was avoidable if the government officials, especially the security forces within government, if they came out and gave the people of South Africa, whether they are foreigners or no foreigners, an assurance that they will be safe, there will be police all over, they will be protected. One went out to give that assurance.
Yesterday, we saw, the confrontation with the police in that area, right? So what is leading to the flare-ups? Are the people that are there, is that entire situation being appropriately managed, or has it just been left up to the governments who are responsible for these repatriations to then come in and bring some level of order? Because one does get a sense of disorder right now.
Look, because I also was not there, what was said when I spoke to the Malawian High Commissioner, he said, I think there was a misunderstanding where when the bus was loading people, I think somebody ran around and said, well, the police are arresting you. And then that's what caused the tension between the police and them, so they started stoning the police because they were asking, why are you arresting us? And then the police had to use rubber bullet and stun grenade. Of later, that problem was also resolved when it was explained to say no one is going to be arrested. These people who are getting into the bus, they are going home. No one is going to be arrested. Because when I arrived there, the situation was all calm. There was sort of a good atmosphere between the police and the people who are there at the camp.
All right. Stembiso Ngema, we're going to have to leave it there. He's the DA leader in KZN, all of it coming as the Malawian government officials are now appealing for donations in assisting to repatriate their citizens. They're looking at a number of at least 10,000 people that they say they need to get back home, and they've appealed for assistance in doing this. So this is a very live situation, and we'll certainly try to bring perspectives from the ground, but also ask how is all of it being managed so that we don't have a crisis on our hands, as all the indications are pointing to right now.
SAFM values your views. Be an active citizen.
All right. Well, the nation gathers yet again in support of the national team. Bafana will be facing the Czech Republic later today at 6 p.m. South African time. Yes, we're all optimistic about what could happen. Sfiso Ramara is our senior sports journalist. He's bringing coverage live from the World Cup. So, Sfiso, I think many South Africans are trying to keep hope alive. Yes, there's been some news that is testing that hope, but what's the sense that you're getting about the mood in the camp and the frame of mind as Bafana take on Czech tonight?
Good morning to you, Kathy, and good morning to your listeners. There's still a lot to play for Bafana. I mean, yes, we wanted to do well in the opening match of the tournament against co-hosts Mexico, but things did not go as planned. But Bafana, they still have 2 matches to play in the first round. I mean, the game against the Czech Republic, it's as important as ever. I mean, that's the game we must try to win so that we don't put ourselves under unnecessary pressure in the last game against South Korea. If Bafana don't win against Czech Republic in the next match, it's going to be a problem. But a draw as well, I don't think it will be a bad result. We must all remember that this is an enlarged World Cup played by 48 teams. Unlike in the past where 32 teams used to play the World Cup, it was very clear. Number 1 and number 2 from each group proceeded to the next round. But in this new format, it's 12 groups of 48 teams. They take number 1 and number 2, as well as the 3 best losers. So in this instance, 3 points could be enough to take a country to the next round of the competition. So like I said, Bafana, they've got, all to play for in the match tonight.
Absolutely. Sfiso Ramara will leave it there for this morning. It's edging towards 6:30. Let's take you to the news desk, and Musa has your latest news headlines.
Good morning. Thanks, Kathy. In the headlines, Organised Labour has called on President Cyril Ramaphosa to put the Unemployment Insurance Fund and the Compensation Fund under administration or appoint new management due to the alleged corruption and mismanagement. Parliament's Impeachment Committee will receive a briefing from the Constitutional and Legal Services Office of Parliament this morning. And Eskom has reaffirmed its support for the proposed liquid natural gas or LNG import facility at Richards Bay and South Africa's diversified energy strategy. I'll have details on these and other stories at 8.
SAFM. Prime time all day long.
SAFM traffic with momentum. Just as you plan your route, only 15% of households plan for retirement. Plan yours today. Speak to a Momentum accredited financial advisor for advice that meets your context.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Very good morning. Coming out of Pretoria on your way to Joburg, heavy backlogs this Thursday with a crash at Buccleuch and also a breakdown as well. All of that unfolding before the Buccleuch interchange, so very heavy queues all the way back through to Old Joburg Road. N1 North, the earlier crash up by Beyers Nordia, moved to the side. Traffic is starting to move, although it's a touch on the slow side. And the N3 between Elands and Van Buren remains jam-packed. A lot of traffic, Boyson through Sandton on the mic one this morning as well. Durban, the N2 running north, has a crash near Westwood Mall. Big traffic coming through from the cement factory side this morning up through Spaghetti Junction on your way very slowly towards Mgeta Road. Crash on the M4 Southern Freeway inbound at Jacobs. That's heavy as you turn off the N2 onto that Southern Freeway. You are immediately into a traffic queue. Cape Town R300 very slow from Delft all the way up towards the N1 highway today. M5 from Kenilworth through N2 is busy, and a lot of traffic on Marine Drive. Milnerton Pardon Island seems to be the worst of it. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Momentum is part of Momentum Group Limited, an authorized FSP and registered credit provider.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, they say. But my toaster isn't broken exactly. It just lands my toast on the kitchen floor. You see, some things only kinda never work. Like a financial plan based on generic advice. That's why Momentum accredited financial advisors take the time to understand you and only then apply their expertise. Advice meets your context. Momentum, your journey to success. Momentum is part of Momentum Group Limited, an authorized financial services and registered credit provider.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Oh, Zykan, can Bafana give us hope? Well, the captain, Ronwen Williams, he's appealing for that respect and that unity. He's demanding that hope.
Oh, Kathy. Oh, wow. Yes, we do need hope tonight. Hope is the 12th player? It could be. And I think Ronwen Williams is saying, in a world where everyone's got an opinion, we must remember that Bafana are people first and footballers second. So less keyboard tackles, and let's support the team tonight as they take on, the Czech Republic. And Ronwen Williams wants to speak out against fake news, online abuse, as well as criticism directed at the national team. Let's hear from Ronwen Williams.
We know how difficult it is now, on social media. Everyone is attacking you, and sometimes it's false information. If you lose a game and you don't perform, you can take it as players, you can put your hand up. But when there's false information that goes around, then it hurts, because I've been a target over the last few days about things that I haven't said. I didn't speak anything about Africa and people supporting Mexico. I can remember I've always said that, as Africa, we are one. We support each other. In good and bad moments, we've all got our own politics. We've got our own problems. Fights that we deal with, back home. Every country does, So, I don't know where it stemmed from. And it does hurt, because, like I've mentioned, I've been attacked. Obviously, my country as well, for things that are going on back home. And, I've always said, players are human beings as well.
That's the Bafana. He's the captain, Ronwen Williams. In the meantime, we'll stay in Africa, where the momentum continues to build at the World Cup. Ghana secured a hard-fought 1-0 win over Panama to collect all 3 points, while Colombia defeated Uzbekistan 3-1. England made a great start. 4-2 was their victory over Croatia. Frustration for Portugal. They were held to a 1-0 draw by DR Congo. Cricket, the Proteas women, they had a sigh of relief after edging Pakistan by 2 wickets in their T20 World Cup encounter. Player of the match, Annery Dirksen, top scored with 52 as South Africa secured their first win of the tournament, with a blockbuster clash against India looming at Old Trafford on Sunday. Dirksen says getting points was crucial.
Yeah, it's crucial. I think obviously always nice to get some momentum with a win. We're well aware that every game now is sort of do or die for us. So we're just looking forward to the next one now and very happy that we could maybe get some momentum going into that next game.
All right, swing back for more. That's sport at the top of the hour. For the National Briefing, I'm Zai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
It's 7:36 in Ndauleng. Good morning to you. So We're watching that inflation, right? And it's hitting a near 2-year high. All right, in Tauleng, I hope you can hear me this time round. I was saying we're watching that inflation figure and it's hitting a near 2-year high.
That's right, Kathy. So consumer prices accelerated to 4.5% in May from 4% in April, and that was driven mainly by higher fuel prices. While the reading came in below economists' expectations, it remains above the SARB's 3% target and outside its 2 to 4% tolerance band, keeping the possibility of further policy tightening on the table. Reserve Bank Governor Lesetja Kganyago has continued to stress the importance of preemptive action against inflation, warning that allowing price pressures to become embedded would make them harder to contain. However, there is also a case for holding rates steady, given inflation undershot forecasts, oil prices have eased on reduced geopolitical tensions, and fuel costs are expected to decline in July, which could ease pressures on households. Now, on the consumer front, food inflation has fallen to a 17th month low, but Premier Group, the owner of Blue Ribbon Bread and Iwisa Maize Meal, has warned of potential price increases of around 5% as it feels the pain from higher fuel, packaging and transport costs. The group also flagged risks from El Niño conditions that could lift grain prices. Despite this, Premier delivered a strong set of annual results, with earnings up 27.7%, driven largely by volume growth and operational efficiencies rather than price hikes, signaling resilient underlying demand. Markets responded positively, with Premier's shares closing 2% higher and helping to support recent gains in the JSE. Traders are now watching whether the local bourse can sustain that momentum into today's session. Global equities, in the meantime, offered a mixed lead, with Asian markets uneven and U.S. futures edging higher on geopolitical tensions, easing geopolitical tensions, that is. The rand is holding steady at 16.31 to the dollar, 21.71 versus the pound, and 18.79 to the euro. And that's your market brief for the day. I'll catch you back bright and early tomorrow morning.
We asked rugby legend Francois Steyn what he thinks of the all-new Toyota BZ4X. France, would you say the BZ4X is a rugged all-wheel drive SUV?
Yeah.
Cool. Was the acceleration and handling good?
Yeah.
All right. So you think the BZ4X can handle South Africa?
Wat dink jy?
Well, there you have it. The all-new Toyota BZ4X, an all-wheel drive battery electric SUV made to handle South Africa. The BZ4X, it just got real.
Here's the thing about insurance. You only find out how good it is when it's time to claim. With Outsurance, you've got that peace of mind. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that Outsurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints. Isn't it time you switch to the insurer where you always get something out? Call 0860 60,000 or visit outsurance.co.za today. Licensed insurer and FSP, T's, C's and information online.
Do great solutions start with good conversation? SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. The National Briefing on SAfm. Weekday mornings from 6 to 9. Top Sport with Michael Abramson.
But tonight we're talking to the ever-versatile Bruce Davidson from BLD Enterprises about hockey. The tournament in general, how does it fit in on the world international stage? Because there's some of the top nations in the world are competing here. So how does it all work in terms of the hockey world, Bruce?
Well, in the top 9 countries play in what they call a pro league. And these are the following 9 countries after the top 9 countries. So it's almost the second best men's countries. There's a women's event taking place in New Zealand, the exact same as this, the FIH Women's Hockey Nations Cup. So South Africa on part of that. But in the men's, because we're 13th in the world, ranked 13th in the world, I mean, we're in this Nations Cup, and the winner then gets an automatic upgrade into the Pro League. So it's a crucially important tournament for any country ranked between 10 and 20 in the world.
Top Sport on SAfm. Reality check on the National Briefing.
Let's get into our reality check for this morning. Our guest this week is Dr. Stephen Zwane. He is a senior lecturer in strategy, operations and entrepreneurship at the Gordon Institute of Business Science for University of Pretoria. And he's been reflecting right on the work that he does with youth development, with entrepreneurs, and also building organizational transformation. So, Dr. Zwane, you're going to then continue on the lens that you've shone on young people, and the question you're pointing us to today is who must act? Who must act when it comes to creating a system that's going to empower the young people of our country?
Absolutely, Kathy. Thank you very much. Good morning to you. Good morning to South Africa. We continue our conversation. And Kathy, to your point, this week has been a reflecting on the 50th anniversary of June 16. And I think for me this morning, I've got a fundamental question of what does South Africa lose when young people are locked out, so that we can just talk about who then must take responsibility. Because youth exclusion is only a youth problem. It's not only a youth problem, it's a national problem. When young people are excluded from opportunity, the country loses talent. We lose energy, we lose imagination, we lose productivity, we lose innovation, we lose confidence. There are a number of things we lose. We lose the future before it has had a chance to arrive. A young person who leaves school or university and cannot find work does not only lose income, they may begin to lose belief. So belief in education, belief in institution, belief in democracy, belief in the idea that tomorrow can be better than today. That is dangerous for any country, because when young people lose belief, the cost is not only economical, it is psychological, it is social. In the youth reflections I have been drawing from this week, the strongest theme among learners was gender-based violence and protection of women and children. That should disturb us. It tells us that for many young people, freedom is experienced through the question of safety. Can I walk safely? Can I learn safely? Can I live safely? So can my future unfold without violence? A society cannot say its youth are free if girls and young women are still organizing their lives and around fear. One leader's face captured it powerfully, who said, protect her, not her fear. This is a national challenge, because if young people experience freedom as fear, then our democracy is not only fully reaching their bodies, home, and schools. The same is true for mental health. When young people name mental health, bullying, substance abuse, they are telling us that exclusion is not only about jobs. It is emotional, it is social, it is psychological, and it is communal. These are points I'm mentioning that because when we talk about young people, all we talk about is jobs without understanding the social construct that affects them and their future. A young person in a community without safe spaces, reliable services, supportive adults, or meaningful opportunities is not only facing inconvenience, they are facing dignity. Because dignity is built through daily conditions. The fact that electricity and water are a big challenge in our schools, in our environment, it does show to us that our young people need a conducive environment. Unemployment attacks dignity. GBV attacks dignity. Inequality attacks dignity. Poor basic services attack dignity. Some withdraw quietly, some become cynical, some become angry. I think we've seen that. We hear that on a daily basis, how South Africans have become cynical, how South Africans have become angry. And can you imagine if our youth are growing up with that level of anger, what sort of society are we building? This is the cost we must not ignore. In 1976, young people were angry because the system had decided the size of their future. But we must ask whether today's systems are doing the same in new ways. So in conclusion, today, as we reflect on what is the cost of young people not being involved and engaged and young people being locked out, Kathy, what I want to say is, so what does South Africa lose when young people are locked out? We lose their contribution. We lose also their trust. And maybe I'm saying we lose, maybe we've already lost, but I think it's quite important that trust is the current of democracy. Young people must believe that effort can lead somewhere, that education can open something, that institutions can respond. This is why Youth Day cannot be reduced to symbols. Symbols matter, but symbols must lead to systems. A speech must lead to a commitment. A commemoration must lead to a pathway. A memory must lead to a measurable action. So today's reality check is this. A society cannot build the future while leaving its young people outside the door. If we fail young people, we do not only fail them, we fail the country they were meant to build. Katie, that's what I wanted us to pick up on today. And I cannot wait tomorrow to talk about what then is the call to action. And really appreciate the opportunity to reflect on the cost of leaving young people out in a democratic society that needs to build them. Thank you very much.
Dr. Stephen Zwane, I mean, the way that you have been articulating the state of young people in our country, I think just is giving fresh meaning and understanding to the weight that so many young people are under and what it is that they mean when they say they don't feel that they're part of the society, when they say that they feel that they are excluded from this society. Thank you again for your insights, and certainly we'll take reflections on that reality check as well with Dr. Stephen Zwane.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Very heavy on the N1 South through Midrand. A crash a little bit earlier at Buccleuch. Big delays from Old Joburg. If you're going north, there's also been a crash by SAMRAD, so delays there as well. Crossing to Durban, an earlier collision at Meerwent on the M4 means as you turn off the N2 on Southern Freeway, it's jammed up. And a crash before Mgeni Road, the N2 going north under pressure right back as far as the cement factory area this morning. Cape Town Marine Drive, solid through Pardon Island. A crash on the N2 inbound at Bunga Avenue and one on the M5 north at the N2, causing a delay from Ottery. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Mama Million here, and yes, I am a millionaire. And then you'd be on the couch with your 6 numbers. But 7 is for heaven, or yes. But 4 is for the door, or yes. But 38 is never too late, or yes. Well, the Lotto Live draws are back. Every Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. Catch the live draw at 9 p.m. The National Lottery. More plays, more chances, more millions. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by Sizakai.
Get into the beautiful game and save like a super fan at Spar with products like 1 litre Spar 100% fruit juice blend for $25.99. Save 7 Rand. Or 4 kg Spar IQF chicken mixed portions for $169.99. Save 30 Rand. Prices valid from 8 till 21 June. While stocks last. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
The Thabo Mbeki Foundation, in collaboration with Classics on Turf, presents a tribute concert honoring the life and music works of Dio Soga, one of the most remarkable South African composers and literary giants of the 19th century. His music and teachings continue to be celebrated 2 centuries later. Join Afro soul and jazz musician Mandisi Chankis and the Renaissance Singers and the Chamber Orchestra of Johannesburg Johannesburg under Maestro Kutlwano Masuthe as they breathe new life into the hymnody of Diosoga on Saturday, the 20th of June, on the stage of the Wits Great Hall. The concert starts at 7 p.m. and tickets can be booked at web tickets for 300 Rand, honouring the legacy of Diosoga, made possible by Wiphold and supported by SAFM.
50 years later, Youth Month, The Voices.
June 16, 1976, 50 years ago, saw the battle between the book and the bullet that resulted into a lot of blood. South Africans, on this 50th anniversary, let us make sure that we don't see blood anymore from hands. Now it is time for us to be now using the book and the ballot to fight all that is against the democracy that we fought for so much.
Different generations, different experiences. One South Africa. 50 years later. Only on SAFM. Leading the conversations that move us.
Life isn't only about what happens around us. It's also about what happens within us. Join SAFM for Reflections from this Sunday on The Alternative Breakfast. A weekly space for thoughtful conversations about life, purpose, relationships, and the human experience. Different voices, fresh perspectives, practical wisdom. Because sometimes the most important conversations are the ones that help us understand ourselves and each other. Reflections about life, meaning, and the ties that bind us. Only on SAFM. Leading the conversations that move us.
You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
It's 7:53. You're still listening to the National Briefing. I did promise you when we started off this hour that we have quite a treat for you. And trust me, what a treat it is. The Drakensberg Boys Choir. They've joined us in studio. And I must say, to see all of these young, very, very young faces. How old are you, young man?
I'm 10 years old.
10 years old, ma'am, he says. So kids as young as 10 years old, and they're getting ready for an exciting 4 days. It's Music in the City 2026. I said earlier we're going to be giving away 10 tickets to lucky listeners. What you have to do, dial in with the phrase Music in the City 2026. The number to dial 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. So let me try and identify the adults in the room. Hendrik Becker is executive head. Hendrik, it's going to be an exciting 4 days. And I mean, I'm looking at the lineup. This also includes collaborations with the Minnesota Boy Choir from the United States and other guests. Tell us about what people can expect.
Right, good morning. Thank you very much for having us. Yeah, the week is just a celebration of our heritage and of community. We love sharing music with people. It's an important part of what we do at school, is to create an opportunity for the boys to use their talent, to inspire others and to bring positive hope to our country. And by doing it and sharing the stage with international choirs and other choirs just makes it such a special event for us.
Jacques, it seems like it's going to be a choral festival of sorts.
Yes, so Music in the City 2026 is a celebration of, like Hendrik said, community and heritage. So we have involved a lot of choirs from the region, from the Gauteng area, including University of Johannesburg Choir, who will be joining us tomorrow night, Friday night, alongside the Minnesota Boy Choir. So it is truly a blend of various choir cultures, not just from South Africa and Gauteng, but also internationally.
What does it take, Hendrik, to prepare for a showcase like this, especially because you're dealing here with minors and they can be a handful on their own, can't they?
Oh, they can. But it's a good handful to have. Yeah, the boys work incredibly hard. The hours, they put a lot of hours into it, but you'll see when they sing later that this is their passion, this is what they want to do. And so it becomes easier to get them to prepare for for a performance like this.
One always gets a sense of discipline when we look at the Drakensberg Boys Choir, and I see even just how they've arrived in studio this morning. Everybody's like standing at attention, not a single thing out of place, and that's important, right, for young children.
Yeah, that's right. You know that the choir is often recognized for musical excellence internationally, but I think the true value of what we achieve is the fact that we produce boys of resilience and boys of discipline and purpose in life. They have a purpose. They want to entertain.
Jacques, do you want to give our audience a taste of what's going to be on stage in the next couple of days?
Yes, so audiences can expect a diverse range of music. So the Drakensberg Boys Choir is internationally renowned for performing different styles and genres, including classical music from composers like Scarlatti and Jenkins. But we also do popular music, African music. So we share our heritage through our music. We actually have one song for you this morning. This one's called Tinanto Sabantu, which is a lovely song. And this is a typical piece audiences can expect from the concerts if they do attend the concerts this week.
Tinanto Sabantu, Tinanto Sabantu, Tinanto Sabantu, yeha, yelele, Tinanto Sabantu, yeha, Sabantu, yeha, Sabantu, yeha, yelele, Tinanto Sabantu, Tinanto Sabantu, Tinanto Sabantu, yeha, yelele, Kenny min, Kenny min, Kenny min, yeha, yelele,
That was absolutely beautiful. Lulo, Wandile, I want you to step behind the mic quickly. So you're going to be performing in front of audiences the next 4 days. How does it feel when you're up on that stage?
It feels quite amazing. I feel the sense of sharing music. So I feel really encouraged to share music, and I always put my heart out on the stage. So I really feel encouraged to do so.
Wandile, do you ever get nervous?
All the time.
All the time?
All the time we're nervous. But of course, the energy also from the audience brings up the mood and also the performance in general.
Why should people come out?
Really because for me personally, ma'am, I would say that coming out would just be like, it's a very good family day, if I could say like that, ma'am. And well, we do really try to include everyone in our performances, ma'am, because we have all sorts of repertoire, ma'am. As Mr. J said, we have repertoire from Scarlatti to Mbuso Ndlovu. Like, it's a very vast repertoire that everyone could enjoy and everyone could just relate to.
And of course, the only thing you haven't said is that they must come out because we're the best, right? I mean, that goes without saying, right? Yes. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the Drakensberg Boys Choir. So they're showcasing at the Joburg Theatre. This is from tonight. Hendrik, come in here quickly. From tonight for the next 4 days, you're going to be at the Mandela at the Joburg Theatre.
Yeah, we had our first performance last night. So tonight, this evening, will be the second Voices of Unity concert, and then Friday and Saturday evening with Saturday, our gala performance being the last one for the week.
Fantastic. We wish you guys all of the best. And like I said, 10 lucky listeners. You can walk away with double tickets. All you need to do when you call in Music in the City 2026, that's the phrase, Music in the City 2026. On that note, it's 8 o'clock, time for the latest news update.
Outsurance Essential is made for older cars. Claims are paid in cash within 5 working days, and you choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
In our top stories, organised labour demand action on UIF and compensation fund, and Parliament's impeachment committee to receive legal briefing. Good morning. Organised labour has called on President Cyril Ramaphosa to put the Unemployment Insurance Fund and Compensation Fund under administration or appoint new management due to the alleged corruption and mismanagement. Addressing the media at Nedlec's offices in Johannesburg, some of the country's union federations lamented the institutional ineffectiveness, corruption and lack of capacity that plague the UIF and Compensation Fund. Gerald Twala is the overall convener of organised labour at Nedlec.
Workers pay the hard price for these failures through long delays in processing and payment of claims. Thousands of injured workers are forced to wait for benefits because of administrative failures, rejected payments and the system inefficiencies linked to the outdated and vulnerable IT infrastructure. The fund system are reportedly often offline at labour centres and on digital platforms, creating long queues, frustrations and hardships for workers seeking assistance. The crisis in these funds cannot be sanitized any longer, while workers are not receiving their income relief on time.
Johannesburg Metro Police officers have discovered an illicit operation involving the alteration of expired food products in the inner city. Vast quantities of expired perishable goods, including juice and yogurt, were discovered inside a building at the corner of Edith Cavell and Plain Streets, where officers discovered a large-scale counterfeit packaging operation. Johannesburg Metro Police spokesperson Xolani Fihla says no one has been arrested at this stage.
Shockingly, these individuals were utilizing chemical thinners to erase original expiration dates, replacing them with fraudulent stickers to put compromised food back onto our street. This is a direct and malicious assault on the health and safety of our residents. To make matters worse, officers also discovered a stash of cut electrical cables on the very same premises. This is highly suspected to be stolen municipal infrastructure, the exact kind of theft that plunges our city into darkness and disrupts daily life for thousands of law-abiding citizens.
Parliament's impeachment committee will receive a briefing from the Constitutional and Legal Services Office of Parliament this morning. President Cyril Ramaphosa filed an urgent application last week in the Western Cape High Court seeking to interdict the commencement of the impeachment inquiry, pending the review of the Section 89 independent panel report. The committee was established after a constitutional court ruling in May that impeachment proceedings should be instituted against Ramaphosa. The committee elected Rise Mzansi MP Makashule Gana as its chairperson.
On Thursday, the 18th of June 2026, the Impeachment Committee will hold a meeting to receive a report from the Constitutional and Legal Services on the urgent court interdict by President Cyril Ramaphosa. This meeting will start at 8 o'clock in the morning. Do watch it on the parliamentary social media channels.
Political analyst Dr. Leva Ndo says he believes the DA was strategic in its letter to the President recommending changes to party representation in Cabinet. DA federal leader Jordan Hill-Lewis has written to President Cyril Ramaphosa recommending that John Steenhuisen be demoted to Deputy Minister and Willie Oukamp take over as Minister. Dr. Ndo says the decision was expected as there is likely a different political perspective from the DA's new leadership.
It should be seen as the way by the Democratic Alliance to strengthen their influence and their capabilities where they are given responsibilities to perform. In his own words, Lewis has indicated that he wants to see efficiency and also wants to see impact of the ministers of the Democratic Alliance. And I think this could have been the strategy to ensure that they put someone who will be able to make a much bigger impact in that portfolio.
And finally, Eskom has reaffirmed its support for the proposed liquid natural gas import facility at Richards Bay and South Africa's diversified energy strategy. The Chief Executive for Strategic Delivery, Alfred Sima, says they've signed a long-term agreement with the Zululand Energy Terminal as the facility's primary customer. Sima says the deal will support Eskom's planned 3,000 megawatts gas to power plant in the Richards Bay Industrial Development Zone.
What this project does for Eskom or for the country is to provide that dispatchable energy that makes the grid stable. Of course, there's other technologies as well that Eskom is considering to stabilize the grid. We are looking at battery storage, we are looking at pumped hydro, but gas gives us long duration, stable electricity that will enable an increased penetration of renewables in the system.
Recapping the top story, organised labour has called on President Cyril Ramaphosa to put the Unemployment Insurance Fund and the Compensation Fund under administration or appoint new management due to the alleged corruption and mismanagement. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
Theft, accident, and 1 million rand third-party cover for your older car. Outsurance Essential has it all. Get a quote. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
We've all had the anxiety of wondering if our insurer will pay out our claim. But with Outsurance, you've got a peace of mind. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that Outsurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints received. So switch to Outsurance, the insurer that consistently delivers on what you need insurance to do. Call 08600 60,000 or visit outsurance.co.za today. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
It's a very good morning to you in your SAfm Sports Headlines. Soccer. Bafana are fired up by the UEFA Chiefs World Cup comments ahead of the Czech Republic showdown tonight. And we have the cricket action at the ICC Women's T20 World Cup, where the Proteas have returned to winning ways. All the details at around 8:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Very slow getting through Midrand, north and southbound. Southbound, there's surely a crash at Buccleuch causing a delay coming through from Samrand. And northbound, there's like a taxi convoy with police going up around Old Joburg. So there is a backlog heading towards Pretoria as well. The R55 roadworks near Vanderbale Avenue. If you're coming down from Kyalami into Woodmead, there's an unusual queue. Mike 1 sitting from Parktown through to Sandton. Lights out Grayston Drive. Mike 1 again. Crash on the R24 going into the airport at the R21. So that's quite heavy with the queue back as far as Barber Road, and a crash on the Mike 1 North at Crown, keeping traffic levels high and slow from Boyson side. Durban crash N2 going north after Westwood Mall before Mgeni Road. Traffic is jam-packed solid this morning on N2. Queues from Cement Factory. Southbound a collision after Mgeni, so that's getting quite slow as well. Crash on the M4 at Jacobs. Heavy traffic coming off the N2 north up from Prospect and onto the Southern Freeway, and a crash on Alpine Road at Sydenham this morning, causing delays north from Felix Clemeni. A lot of traffic on that route as well, avoiding the N2 north backlogs. Cape Town side, N2 inbound, a crash at Bunga Avenue in front of Lunga, delays from Robert Sebukwe, and a crash on the M5 going north at the N2 highway. That's a heavy one this morning. Queues from Ottery. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 11 after 8 o'clock. Welcome to the third hour of the National Briefing. I'm Kathy Mutlatlana. If you've just tuned in, coming up in this hour, we're shining the spotlight on service delivery. We'll be getting into Municipal Watch. And today we spotlight a community in Vryheid. They haven't had water since last November. We'll put on the community and we'll get the mayor to respond. And then, of course, we hand it over to you, our listeners. We'll open the lines on 086 000 2032. For our listener engagement, 086 000 2032. Remember, today we do have that special treat for you. If you've got time over the next 4 days and you want to make it out to the Joburg Theatre to watch the Drakensberg Boys Choir, we're giving away 10 double tickets to our listeners. The numbers to dial this morning, 086 000 2032. And the phrase there, Music in the City 2026. That's the phrase you need to remember. Music in the City 2026. And then, of course, we'll wrap it up with Built in Mzansi, where we'll showcase a young entrepreneur who's turning township creativity into real businesses. All of that coming up within the next hour.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our range of plans include cover for you, your spouse, children, and extended family. Plans include cover for civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Whether it's protection orders, gender-based violence, uncontested divorce, or poor service, your Clientele Legal lawyer will be there to assist you. Our services are convenient. Simply pick up the phone and call your lawyer or send us an email and we'll get back to you. All plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 Rand and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Plus, Clientele Legal offers you 24-hour telephonic legal advice. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Water bottle, check. Sunscreen, check. Binoculars, around my neck.
Ha! Is that Tembi? The same couch potato who shouts when we interrupt his soapies with "Ta! Ta!"
But look at her now, a professional bird watcher.
Oh, I'm shook. She's finally out here.
I love the peaceful sounds of nature. Live life outside with Cape Union Mart.
Municipal Watch, bringing your local issues on the national agenda. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Well, in Ward 3 in Vryheid, under the Abaqulusi municipality, residents say they haven't had running water since November last year. The pump broke, water trucks came to supply water, and then in January, they suddenly stopped. Now, every time they go to the municipality to raise this complaint, they're told that the official responsible for this is on leave. Well, let's get straight then into the residents' perspective. Musa Ndwandwe is a resident of Ward 3. He's on the line. Musa, good morning to you.
Good morning, Kathy. Good morning, and listeners and your team. My name is Kaya Ndwandwe.
Oh, Kaya Ndwandwe. All right. Councillor Gert Hay is with the Freedom Front Plus and a councillor at the Abaqulusi local municipality. Gert, good morning.
Good morning, Kathy. How are you?
Doing well, thank you. And Sfiso Mkhwanazi is mayor of the Abaqulusi local municipality. Councillor Mkhwanazi, good morning to you.
Good morning, Kathy, and your listeners.
So, Kaya, let me give you an opportunity to tell us and the rest of the listeners just the conditions that you're being subjected to without water supply.
Thank you very much, Katie. Let me greet his shaper, Mr. Mkwanazi, and the EFF Plus representative. We have got a problem of water at Wangenekeni under our train. We have water since this November. This where the damage is happened. They say that water pump was struck by the lightning. December up to now we don't have water. January, February they did bring water can, but it stopped. From there we didn't get anything. Last week on Friday they went to the municipality, a group of 15 members. They went to the municipality to inquire what is going on, because every time they used to send people to go there and inquire what's happening. They used to tell them that that equipment that's supposed to fix that water pump is not available. On Friday last week they went there. They were told that 2 people are in charge of water are on leave. They say it's Mr. Mazibugo, Mr. Zwane, something like that. So we have been struggling. Secondly, that water, if it's there, they didn't purify that water. It damaged our electric kettle. It damaged the geyser. It damaged our iron. If you can use to boil this water with electric kettle, it only lasts for 2 weeks. It bursts. Geyser, it take a month. Iron can burst even a day because of that water. I think they say it's full of acid. But now we didn't complain about that because it was a free gift, so we managed to boil water with pot, but now we don't have at all. My mom now is supposed to go to river to fetch the water there. That's all, Kate.
And so just to understand, Kaya, at this point there's been no clear communication from the municipality around what is wrong and how long it's going to take for this to be fixed.
Nothing. Even our ward councillor, they didn't come to address us. If I ask the contact of the customer, of the councillor, they say it's unreachable. I don't know. It's because of the network, because we're still struggling with the network in our place. Nobody came and addressed the community, what is going on. Even the community go there, they don't come with an exact answer what is to be happening.
What is the question that you want to put to the mayor? He's on the line. So, Councillor Mkwanazi, I want you to listen carefully because up next I'm going to give you an opportunity to respond. Kaya, what do you want to ask the mayor this morning?
One thing, my sister, to come and fix that water pump so that my community will get proper water, not without having a dry tap in the yard.
Sfiso?
Thank you very much, Casey. I've already greeted gentlemen who are online, Babundu Andwe, no Councillor Hay. On the issue of water in Ward 3, I cannot be in a position to respond with the clear answers because it is the Zululand District Municipality that is supplying water in all rural wards in Abakulusi as the Water Services Authority. And I think the municipality that Ukaya is referring to, of which community members has visited numerous times, it's the Zululand District Municipality, not the Abakulusi Municipality. But having said that, we are the local authority, and in events where the municipality have got the community has got problems, we are supposed to be in a position to respond to those. I have not yet received anything from the ward councillor in that there is any particular challenge.
So Sfiso, are you saying to us that you, as the local municipality, are not aware of residents in your area not having access to water since November last year?
I can assure you, I am not aware. It has never been brought to the attention of the local municipality. I think the delegation of 15 people who were told that Mr. Zwane and Mazibuko are not at work because Mr. Zwane and Mazibuko are the employees of the district municipalities who is supplying water in the area. I think they went directly to the district municipality. They've never been able to come to the local municipality.
So you don't know what Kaya is talking about?
No, I can tell you I don't know. It has never been brought to our attention as a local municipality.
So when you see water tankers coming to deploy water in the area, right, in the wards that have been affected, you take that as a sign of what's happening, or you don't know that it happened?
No, in actual fact, there are wards in Abapulusi that are being serviced by water tankers ever since. They've never had the water schemes that are having taps, whether as end pipes or the taps in their yards. So I am aware that there are a number of areas that are being serviced by water tankers. But for those areas that has got water schemes, whether through the stand pipes in the community or through the taps in the yard, they do not have the allocation of the water tankers because it is assumed that they have water. But I am aware that from time to time, there might be an instances where there is a water interruption when, like the instance that Uka is saying, that the pump has broken. But I've not been aware if it has been broken for so long.
Gert, is what the mayor saying, is that possible?
I'm sitting here and I'm listening to what he's saying, and I can hear what Kaya said. And I wasn't made aware of the pump that was broken, although I can tell you that there is other communities in the deep rural areas that have reached out to the Freedom Front Plus. And the moment we get the call, we go and see what is the problem and how we can assist those communities. For me, it is unacceptable that the ward councillor, as Kaya has stated, is unavailable, that they cannot get a hold of that ward councillor. As he has clearly stated, they've tried to call that person and they just can't get a hold of him. So that's unacceptable. So our viewpoint is
So Gert, just to clarify then from your side, you are saying that you have had members of the community in some of these villages reach out to you and say that they don't have access to water. So you are aware of the fact that there have been some areas without access to water?
Not just water. If you go and look at the state of the roads, but it's again a question when you bring it up to the municipality, they want to collect property rights and taxes, but they don't want to invest in the infrastructure in those communities. That's where I have a concern, because how can you expect the community to pay property rights and taxes if you do not even fix a dirt road? You understand? So that's just one of the issues. But the water issue as well, it's a basic human right. Everybody has a right to potable water. And for them to sit as a community without potable water since November, that's unacceptable.
Kaya, the mayor says he doesn't know what you're talking about.
It's strange, my sister, because during the election, all of them, they go up and down and campaign in the community. But if the community is suffering, nobody knows. It looks like it's a magic. As you did mention the story of the water tank, on Saturday, they say during the day, there is a water tank that came. It's a surprise, my sister, because it looks like there is no fleet manager for water can truck. It's go randomly because they must get the result why there is a shortage of water there. Take, for example, Shannon, there is a plenty of water. If that man can sign the OTP that I'm going to Shannon to deliver water, where the water is flowing now and again, you'll just assert why you didn't go to Shannon. So, Mr. Mkwanazi, I am not happy, even with the Freedom Front Plus, because we're supposed to raise on the chamber that they've got a problem at Kwangene about water, but if you keep quiet, it looks like they work at their own side. As they did mention that even our road is terrible, my seat. If it's raining, I can't reach my mother's home.
But, Casey, Can I interrupt the Ukaya there?
Yes, I'm finished, Honorable Member.
Casey, can I come in?
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, two things here. One, the issue of water being an essential need for community. There's no dispute about that. But the point that I was trying to explain is that the officials that are responsible for water in rural wards does not report to the local municipality in Abakulusi, but instead they report to the district municipality. But through IGR, the two municipalities being local and the other one being district, responsible for the services to the people. I think if a councillor was accessible to Mr. Ndwandwe, as Mr. Ndwandwe is making it clear that he has been unable to communicate with the councillor, and it is the ward councillor who would have been expected to communicate with myself or the local municipality.
Yeah, but Mr. Mkhwanazi, that's not what Kaya is saying. Kaya is saying that they have brought this matter to the Abakulusi municipality. And by the way, we're talking about here a district development model that is supposed to be fashioned around the integration of local services. So the idea, Councillor Mkhwanazi, that you can absolve yourself of any kind of responsibility when even the work that is taking place at a district level would require some level of insight and input from you as a local municipality to also keep people updated with what is happening. For me, it's just, I'm quite frankly flabbergasted by what you are saying.
I'm 100% in agreement with you that we should be in a position to know, but I want you to revert back to Kaya. I think and I believe Ukaya was referring to the municipality, but not the local municipality, because delegation from Ward 3, I think they went to the Zululand.
Mayor, you're missing the point. The point is that this is happening right under your nose. If anybody should be following up with the district municipality, it should also be out of your office.
Exactly, yes. Only if we were reported, but the community of Ngenecheni went to report to Zululand, not the Abakulusi municipality. But if it was reported to us, we would not have chased them. We would have followed it up with the relevant authority of water service, which is Zululand.
Kaya, are you satisfied with that answer? Did you go knocking on the wrong door? Is the mayor right that they had no way of knowing that this was the problem since November?
I hear the story of his worship, but I am not satisfied because they are working together. We know, according to our community, we know that people who supply us with water is what we call Abakulusi municipal. If our delegation was in the wrong place, they are supposed to rectify everything and report to the mayor, because the mayor now is getting the stone of it's not supposed to be because of the district. The district is supposed to report to the mayor that, mayor, in your place we've got this 1, 2, and 3 so that we can resolve it. But now they didn't speak the truth. They say we are busy trying to source these people because they are on leave. They didn't tell us whatever. They are in the
The delegation was right. The delegation was right by going to the Zululand. The Water Service Authority is delegated to the district municipality, not the local municipality. If you can check, only a very few local municipalities are dealing with the issue of water as a service. Here, Abantu Bakongenejeni went to the correct office, which is the district office, because they are the ones who are supplying water in all rural areas in Abakulus.
Gert, I'm going to give you a chance here to have the last word.
What I can say is that the trucks delivering water is not a long-term solution. This is a short-term solution for a long-term problem that has been coming for a while now. my question is, and I have been in this council now for a little bit more than a year, and the first thing I said when I entered this council is that we do have a water problem, not just in the rural areas, but in town as well. It is one of the things where we need to invest in the infrastructure so that we can supply water sustainably to our communities. But if you look at our current financials that they set in front of us with our new budget, they only allocate a little bit of money, not for investing in our infrastructure, but only to repair what is already broken. How can we build the community if we cannot invest in new infrastructure in our rural communities and in the bigger areas where it is needed?
Okay. Gert Hay is with the Freedom Front Plus. Kayan Dwande, he's a resident of Ward 3 in Vryheid. And you heard also from Sfiso Mkhwanazi, the mayor of the Abaqulusi local municipality. So now the mayor knows. We'll have to wait and see what he's able to do about it, including bringing the district on board. We'll certainly be having a follow-up on this particular story. It's time for your latest news headlines.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, AfriForum has welcomed the DA's call for the removal of John Steenhuisen as Minister of Agriculture. DA leader Jordan Hill-Lewis has asked President Cyril Ramaphosa to remove Steenhuisen from cabinet and replace him with the Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, Willie Okamp. Organised Labour has called on President Cyril Ramaphosa to put the Unemployment Insurance Fund and Compensation Fund under administration or appoint new management due to the alleged corruption and mismanagement. And the United States Central Bank, the Federal Reserve, has held interest rates steady at its first meeting under its new chairman. I'll have details on these and other stories at 9.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. We start in Joburg with a crash on the Mike 1 North and Crown Interchange. The run-up from Boyson stays heavy. N3, Cement Factory to Van Buren stays really bad. And a crash on the R24 at the R21 if you're heading out that way towards flight connections or connections to the R21. The R24 pushing back a queue to Barbara Road. N1 South normalising through Buccleuch after an earlier crash. That is now out of the way. Quite heavy on the N14 North heading up towards Eupheus Road this morning. Centurion direction Pretoria all heavily backed up. Durban side, it's been a very busy run through Spaghetti Junction, still with a crash on the northbound side by Westwood Mall. Very heavy coming through from Cement Factory territory, all the way out through the M7, through Spaghetti Junction on your way to Umgeda Road. Absolutely jam-packed this morning. N3, Cliffdale, Keyridge looks okay. Pietermaritzburg, Ashburton checks fine as well. Cape Town, the M5 is under pressure this morning from Ottery all the way up to the Kuiberg interchange. N2 inbound has a crash at Bunga Avenue. And the N1 into town sluggish from Plattercliff Hill right through to the city centre. Marine Drive worth a mention as well, queuing through Pardon Island down to around Neptune Street. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
All right, Zai Khan, a final good morning to you. So I see comments by the UEFA chief has really fired up Bafana.
Yes, Kathy, the UEFA chief, Alexander Seferin, has no idea that, nothing unites us South Africans quite like being underestimated. And that's what he's saying, that certain teams do not belong at the World Cup. But SAFA, together with the team, are saying, you know what, we are very much part of this team and football belongs to everyone, not just a select group of nations. So Bafana being handed that extra motivation ahead of tonight's must-win FIFA World Cup clash against the Czech Republic in Atlanta. So we have got exciting things. We look forward to bringing you the action. Bafana will be hoping to channel the spirit of defiance and prove they belong on football's biggest stage. In the meantime, as Bafana prepare for tonight's must-win clash against the Czech Republic, Captain Ronwen Williams has appealed for unity and respect using FIFA's International Day Against Hate Speech to address fake news and online abuse.
We are in Atlanta now, and I see so many Africans, South Africans, people from Mexico in one room. That's the beauty of sport. That's the beauty of football. So let's just enjoy. Let's have a wonderful time. And we'll leave politics to the politicians. Let us just play football, enjoy ourselves, and criticize for what happens on the field. Off the field things, we can't deal with that, and it's got, nothing to do with us. So, yeah, as Africa, let's unite and let's keep going because we are all in this together.
SA Rugby President now, Mark Alexander, says the new Nations Championship is the strongest move yet towards creating a unified global rugby calendar. Alexander is in Dublin for the unveiling of the tournament's trophy, where he praised the 12-team competition featuring 4 Sanza nations plus Fiji and Japan against Europe. The tournament kicks off on the 4th of July with Southern Hemisphere hosting the first 3 rounds before travelling, and that's north in November, ending with the finals weekend at Twickenham. On to golf, only 2 South Africans will tee up at the US Open, which gets underway in New York today. Jaden Shaper qualified as one of the leading players on the DP World Tour standings, while Henny du Plessis earned his place, and that was through final qualifying. Both South Africans will be making their US Open debut. The American JJ Spawn returns as defending champion, while world number 1 Scottie Scheffler continues his bid for a first US Open title. And finally, the Proteas women reignited their T20 World Cup campaign with a hard-fought 2-wicket victory over Pakistan. That's your sport. You can swing back for more with John Gericke at around 12:30 for the National Briefing Sport. I'm Zai Khan.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Make sure you don't miss out as the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, in collaboration with Classics on Turf, pay tribute to the life and music of Tio Soga in a concert led by Mandisi Yankees with the Renaissance Singers, the Chamber Orchestra of Johannesburg, conducted by Kutlwano Masote. The concert takes place on Saturday, the 20th of June, 7 p.m. at the Wits Great Hall. Tickets are available from web tickets at 300 Rand each. Honoring the legacy of Tio Soga, made possible by Webhold and supported by SAFM.
We all get insurance for the moment something goes wrong, and when it does, you need the peace of mind of knowing your claim will be handled fairly. Outsurance keeps outperforming. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that Outsurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints received. Why would you want to be insured with anyone else? Get a quote and switch today. Call 0860 60,000 or visit outsurance.co.za. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
Good morning, Aus Kathy. With the issue of Steenhuisen. Steenhuisen should join the ANC as other DA leaders who have joined the ANC during Nelson Mandela's. Steenhuisen is a very good guy. He's a very nice guy. You can see that he even gained weight since joining the GNU. So Steenhuisen should join the ANC and continue eating nice.
Morning, Kathy. All the parties are doing and will do what is DA doing, because people will say they don't see the service delivery of GNU. If DA is in that its member is not doing well for the South African people, they may request the president to reshuffle that leader, that member. There's nothing wrong. It's just because you look the color. Thank you, Kate.
Morning, Sis Kathy. This is Ngabs Loa Setzibala. I'm wondering how the president is going to handle this DA saga. I'm calling it saga. Right. For me, I think they should have just wrote a letter to the president to ask him to, in fact, to withdraw their member from the cabinet, and then the president decides who to appoint next. You see, not them recommending who must be posted where and the likes, because posting or placing, appointing somebody is only the president has the right to do so. But let's wait and see. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, Auskathy. I do not know if you remember that there was a scandal of a credit card, Steenhuisen and the party's credit card, and they investigated the matter, and there was no evidence that says he did something wrong, but there was an unanswered question. Now, those unanswered question, I think, is just a damage control from the DA. They know that he misused the credit card. Now they are firing him. If they cannot trust him with a credit card, how can they trust him with a big purse? So yeah, it's just a matter of the chickens coming home to roost. Bob, Cape Town.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
All right, so many of you responding to the story that we covered around the request from the DA for a reshuffle of its party representatives in the government of national unity. Let me take your calls, Miss. It's Gina. Good morning. You're calling from Abaqulusi district.
Yes, good morning, Kathy. How are you?
Good. Go for it, ma'am.
Yes, I'm a first-time caller. I'm a bit excited.
Welcome. We're happy to have you on.
Yes, I've been waiting for this moment forever. The Tabakulusi would come and account on behalf of the community of Vryheid, Abaqulusi municipality. Kathy, I won't be long. When it comes to water and service delivery, one word I can say there is zero service delivery at the Abaqulusi municipality. Whatever the mayor might have said, I can assure you with due respect that it is 100% not true. Everything in Vryheid is out of order. There are potholes like you cannot believe. The size of the potholes, literally every street, in the CPD, in the suburbs, in the rural areas, in the townships. And also, we also have, I'm living next to the water portal, whatever you want to call it. We see these water tanks. They are lining up like per day. You see like 30 to 40 water tanks that are lining up because this is a business to other people. They're selling this water. So it's not an issue of the fact that they can't deliver. It's an issue of the fact that this is a business. So there is absolutely zero.
Gina, based on what you're saying then, the posture by the mayor that says he is unaware of this, that's actually the easiest way out. It's the easiest way of avoiding accountability.
Yes, ma'am. I can fully say that. And yes, it's 100% avoiding accountability. And you won't believe that you can't even buy a vacant site in Vryheid if it is in the township. Reason, they refer you to somebody, go and buy it from so and so, who has absolutely nothing to do with the municipality. It's not even working there, but he's got that connection. So that is the state of Abaqulusi. Yeah. There is a zero service delivery, man, and a high level of corruption.
What you're saying is really incredibly helpful for us. In fact, I'm going to put you through to Lebo because we are going to go back and feature Abaqulusi because we certainly need better answers than what we were given this morning. Temba, you're out in Gqeberha. Good morning.
Yes, good morning, Kathy. How are you?
Good. Go for it, Temba.
Yeah, look, when I'm listening to the mayor in Abakulusi as well, it's almost like you get employed in the private sector, right? The business that has got operations in different provinces or, different sites. Being the CEO or the MD, you are ultimately responsible and accountable for everything happening on those sites, right? And yet we see our mayors being put in these positions and they seem to know nothing about what's happening. All that I'm hearing is, please come to me so that I get to know. He is the very first person that should be knowing what is wrong where, because he should be consulting with the regional, structure that he's got to say where are the things that are going wrong. It's very much of a symptom, Katie. We've seen this with our president, right? Where, just before, we had the BRICS summit here, where he didn't know that there were so many roads that are not okay, in Johannesburg, right? So you can see it at the lowest level, you can see it at the highest level. But the irony to that is that anyone put in that position, they know exactly what is going on, but they will pretend as if they do not know. So I think I'm really wanting to call the South Africans now to say it is time for us to really exercise our right. We are seeing the people that were put in these positions. We cannot complain all the time. We've got to do the right thing. I'm calling on South Africans to really go all out. If we've got X amount of people that are registered to vote, please let's go and vote, all of us. This is a national call that I'm really begging all South Africans right now, because we can get things right. We might have an opportunity to get things right if we are there to exercise our right. And people like the mayor, we can put people that we can trust in those positions.
Temba,
Thank
let's
you so
leave
much,
it
Kathy.
there. Tabo, you're in Germiston. Good morning.
Good morning, Kathy. And how are you?
Go for it, Tabo. I'm well.
Thank you. Kathy, you interviewed an Indian gentleman, I can't remember his name, earlier on, regarding the situation in Durban, at Sherwood. Primarily, yes, he's correct in a sense that, we are here, we are today, primarily because government failed to enforce, the laws of the country. That's a fact that we cannot, dispute. South Africans have cried foul to say, they've been raising voices to say there's a serious influx of foreigners, particularly legal foreigners, into the country. We are going to face a crisis. We are now, in that crisis. And I'm surprised because now there isn't that crisis intervention, coming from government to show that indeed we are in a crisis. But now, there's also, Kathy, an element of disingenuity in what he said, because now he mentioned the fact that there's disaster management funds, they must be made available and things like that. That's very disingenuous. The disaster management fund, it's taxpayers' money. We've got a whole lot of these foreigners who came to South Africa, most of them illegally, and now, he's saying government is supposed to activate the disaster management fund. That's very disingenuous. I didn't hear him
Tabo, was he not?
I want to hear.
Just hang on.
Sorry, Kathy. I want to hear that voice where their countries must become seriously involved in making sure that these matters, there are issues around their repatriation and all of that are involved. But now there has been this lax, slow movement, from their countries. And hence, it's one of the reasons why they even started becoming angry and all of that, and started doing, criminal things like attacking our police and things like that. So I'm just showing you, Kathy, that we really need involvement of these governments, because this is their citizens.
Thabo, as far as I understand, was he not referencing, saying that in relation to the legitimate refugee and asylum seeker, those that hold refugee status and asylum status in the country, that they are the ones that have been left in the lurch by the state? That's what I understood him to be saying.
Yeah, not really, Kathy, because I don't even want to go there. Because the other day, there were conversations with the Deputy Minister of Home Affairs and the media and other government officials. They actually endorsed the fact that most of the people that are here, they don't even qualify to be asylum seekers. Most of them, I'm not saying all, they don't even qualify, Kathy.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Okay,
So
Thabo.
that is why I'm saying to you, I don't even want to go there.
All right, Thabo, let's leave it there. Look, I must say, my understanding was there's a distinction, right? There are the 300 people that Mr. Govender represents, who are legitimate refugee and asylum seekers who've been granted that status in the country and who've been told by the police that there's nothing that they can do to protect them. And then, of course, there's the thousands that have gathered at Sherwood Hall. We're going to try to better understand what is unfolding in Durban, so that we can really bring the proper context to the story. I think that there's still elements of it that we are missing, and it's creating gaps in terms of how we interpret what is unfolding there. Butana, you in Rosebank, good morning.
Good morning, my sister. The cabinet was set up through political arrangement. Therefore, it is governed by the statement of intent. DA and other political parties had endless visits to the Tula House to set up this thing. So DA has a huge stake. There's no majoritarian cabinet there. There's no majority rule. The ANC cannot do as they please. The president can apply his mind as much as he can, but he must know that they've got no majority.
So, Butana, you're saying that the statement applying his mind it's just vibes. It's just what must be said for the record. But ultimately, he must do what Gordon Hill Lewis is asking him to do.
Yes, otherwise it's out. He knows that.
All right,
He knows
Butana,
that.
let's leave it there. Rob Byrne is standing by with your latest traffic update. Rob, shoo, what a morning. Hey, tomorrow is Friday. Finally.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning, then. One south through Midrand towards Buccleuch is all normalised. That earlier crash down at Buccleuch and the breakdown have both been cleared away. A little bit of traffic on the Mike 1 North Melrose up to Sandton today. And before you get there, Boyson's into Crown, still queuing into a crash in. N12 at R24, it's in from Ekurhuleni side, remain busy. And a bit of a slowdown, N14 Ben Skimmer approaching Eupheus Road into Pretoria. Durban, the N2 North, what a nightmare that's been today. Crash a little bit earlier, just after Spaghetti Junction. Still causing a backlog. There's a queue from the Higginson Highway on-ramp past Cement Factory up to the M7, and then it stays slow on that run through Spaghetti Junction towards that earlier crash near Westwood Mall. M13 from Westville to Sherwood, heavy. Only a single lane open over the N2 bridge until early July, and that's for roadworks. Cape Town today, crash N2 into town at Boonga Avenue, still slowing things up. And the M5 is heavy from Rondebosch side all the way through towards Maitland Marine Drive, jamming through Pardon Island. And the N1 from Plattekloof through the city centre stays busy as well. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
In fitness, as in finance, endurance is key. If you're 55 and older, you can get an interest rate of up to 10.25% with a Nedbank Electronic Optimum Plus account. Now, feel the earn. Invest within 2 minutes on the Money app and get money fit with Nedbank. See money differently. Nedbank, we're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply. For more info, go to nedbank.co.za.
Keep moving through 6 a.m. call times, the rain, dirt tracks, and moving through tight deadlines. Because you move with purpose, from the first stop to the final drop. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes standard with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and advanced safety features tailored to your industry. The Hino 700 is built to fuel your business's progress. Hino, all the way.
Built in Mzansi on the National Briefing.
Let's get into our Built in Mzansi segment for today. Our next guest is leading the next generation who want to use social media for digital entrepreneurship. Under his leadership, Creator Hub actively works to bridge the gap between creative content and long-term financial literacy. Bongani Baloyi is a creative entrepreneur, filmmaker, and founder of Creative Hub. Bongani, good morning to you. Thanks for your time. So many people spend their time on social media, right? And unfortunately, South Africa is one of the countries that is not capitalizing as much as we can, not using social media as a platform to actually earn income.
Yes, most definitely. And you're right. We spend about 9 hours a day. That's an average stats that has been given to say that's how much South Africans spend online. And I'm thinking right now, if there's 9 hours being spent, what are we doing as South Africans to be active and utilizing that? And I think that's a huge gap right there.
How are you doing to tap into that income earning ability or generation of social media?
So I think the way we're tapping into it, we've got a program on Creator Hub where we just gather creators. These are the creators who pop up, the big creators in South Africa, to say, you know what, guys, let's help each other, because one of the biggest things is the lack of knowledge in the space, that we don't know how to capitalize all together. So one person might have mastered the art of how to talk with brands, how to talk with businesses, but the beauty of it is networking and being able to have a community, a space where we're able to say, hey, this is how we're supposed to charge. This is the right thing to do. This is the wrong thing to do. So I just open up a space. The Creator Hub is a space where we're able just to gather all the creators. So this is me going out to reach out for, if someone is going viral, to say, hey, how are you capitalizing on this? How are you making use of the presence, the eyeballs that are on you right now? How are you making sure that this thing is going to make you sustainable? Because it's so easy to create content, but it's another business model that needs to be created on top of that. So some people are just in it for fun, but they never know, how can I create this platform that I have to turn it into business? And that's what we've been doing. We've been creating spaces. We've been talking to brands to actively encourage the creators to see how can we bridge the gap between the brands who want to offer money, because those eyeballs, it's advertising, and creators, when they have this ability to advertise, if people are spending 9 hours a day, that's more than what we usually spend time on TV and everything. So that has become one of the biggest tools. And I'm shaping the way that we see it, to see it as a business model, that creators must take themselves as a business, so that we're able to utilize this and make sure that there is right processes in place to be able to grow this industry.
Bongani, it can all quickly get very confusing. Who is a creator? Who is an influencer? How does it all work?
I love that. I love that. So a creator is someone who literally just comes up with an idea and puts it online. An influencer is a person who says, hey, I've got this phone. I think it's amazing. So I think you should buy it. The reason why you should buy it is because of 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So this is someone who will influence you to take a decision, or someone who will say, hey, there's this car and I think this car is amazing. It's a car that you should look out for. That's an influencer. But altogether, we are called content creators. So as much as there's an influencer and then there's a creator, but individually, so there's different fields into it. But however, at the end of the day, we are all creative entrepreneurs. That's how I define everyone, because we are in this, we are entrepreneurs. We've seen the gap online, we've identified the gap online, and we want to make sure that we utilize that gap to our best of our abilities. So that's the gap in between.
Can anybody become a creator, Bongani? What's the criteria?
Criteria, I think it depends. As we stand right now, right, I think we've got one of the biggest creator economy that's developing, and you'll see it with the numbers that have been shown on the different platforms, right? So anyone can become a creator. It's just about what type of creator are you? Because there are some people, like, for example, a lot of businesses that have now become content creators themselves. So meaning in an organization, you are finding out. I was in a meeting yesterday when someone was sharing, like, we are separately getting an an agency to run our marketing specifically for social media. So it's becoming an industry on its own where it's got different legs into it. So it becomes a full-on business model on the side that needs to be integrated in normal businesses.
Okay.
So anyone can become a content creator. However, it's about which industry are you on.
Bongani Baloyi. So if you want to become a creator, look him up. He's the founder of Creator Hub. So don't just spend time on social media. Make money while you're on it too. Thank you so much for coming on, Bongani. It's 9 o'clock. Up next, the Daily Discourse.
In our top stories, AfriForum welcomes DA decision to remove Steenhuisen and JMPD urges motorists to avoid Winnie Mandela Drive. Good morning. AfriForum has welcomed the DA's call for the removal of John Steenhuisen as Minister of Agriculture. DA leader Jordan Hill-Lewis has asked President Cyril Ramaphosa to remove Steenhuisen from cabinet and replace him with the Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, Willie Oukamp. Manager for Environmental Affairs at AfriForum, Lambert de Klerk, says the move would be a positive development in the effort to address the foot-and-mouth disease crisis, which has been poorly managed.
Serious mistakes were made at a time when the department had to look after the interests of farmers. However, Oukamp now has the opportunity to rectify the situation. He must now resist the state's unsuccessful centralized approach, in particular in handling the foot-and-mouth crisis, and encourage and achieve the devolution of responsibilities to farmers themselves.
The ANC's decision to expel 5 councillors from the Sol Plaatje Municipal Council in the Northern Cape has created vacancies that will remain unfilled until after the local government elections. The polls will take place on the 4th of November. The Independent Electoral Commission says legislation prohibits by-elections from taking place within 9 months of municipal polls. Northern Cape Head of Elections, Alkan Topkin.
Unfortunate that these ward vacancies can't be filled, but that is part and parcel of our legislation, and I'm pretty sure that our legislators had a rationale behind it. It doesn't mean that functions within the municipality comes to a halt. There are other vacancies that do arise, whether it's death, somebody passing on, resignation or expulsion from political parties. In this specific instance, we may just not fill the ward vacancies.
Organised Labour has called on President Cyril Ramaphosa to put the Unemployment Insurance Fund and Compensation Fund under administration or appoint new management due to the alleged corruption and mismanagement. Addressing the media at Nedlec's offices in Johannesburg, some of the country's union federations lamented the institutional ineffectiveness, corruption and lack of capacity that plague the UIF and Compensation Fund. Gerald Twala is the overall convener of Organised Labour at Nedlec.
Workers pay the hard price for these failures through long delays in processing and payment of claims. Thousands of injured workers are forced to wait for benefits because of administrative failures, rejected payments and the system inefficiencies linked to the outdated and vulnerable IT infrastructure. The fund system are reportedly often offline at labour centres and on digital platforms, creating long queues, frustrations and hardships for workers seeking assistance. The crisis in these funds cannot be sanitized any longer, while workers are not receiving their income relief on time.
The Johannesburg Metro Police has advised motorists to avoid the Winnie Mandela Drive between Constantia Boulevard and utilize alternative routes. JMPD spokesperson Xolani Fihla says this follows a serious multi-vehicle crash that occurred last night.
Following a serious multi-vehicle crash that occurred last night, the eastbound lanes of Willem Nicol Drive between Constantia Boulevard and Joseph Lister Street, that's near Constantia Cliff, adjacent to Flora Clinic, heading towards the N1 will remain closed for the greater part of the day. Traffic heading towards the N1 cannot use the section of Willem Nicol Drive due to ongoing recovery and cleanup operations. Motorists are able to travel up Willem Nicol Drive from the N1 towards Ndierkes Road. Please avoid this area and utilize alternative alternative routes to minimize delays, and further updates from the scene will be shared as they become available.
And finally, the United States Central Bank, the Federal Reserve, has held interest rates steady at its first meeting under its new chairman, Kevin Warsh. U.S. President Donald Trump has criticized his predecessor for failing to cut rates. The bank says inflation is expected to remain above its 2% target, and it projected a rise in interest rates at the end of the year. However, Warsh has promised to bring prices under control.
Inflation has been running well ahead of the Fed's long-stated inflation goal of 2%. That's been going on for more than 5 years. Persistently high prices are a burden for the American people. But the recent past need not be prologue. I am pleased to report that members of the FOMC are unambiguous and unanimous. This committee will deliver price stability.
Recapping the top story, AfriForum has welcomed the DA's call for the removal of John Steenhuisen as Minister of Agriculture. For SAfm News, I'm Anne Musa.
Water bottle, check. Sunscreen, check. Binoculars, around my neck.
Is that Tembi, the same couch potato who shouts when we interrupt his soapies with "Ta! Ta!"
But look at her now, a professional bird writer.
Oh, I'm shook. She's finally out here.
I love the peaceful sounds of nature. Live life outside with Cape Union Mart.
Babe, I'm getting extra cash from my insurance. I was thinking romantic getaway or a treat for the kids.
You're getting money from your insurer?
Yes, my cash back from my way. I'll get back 10% of my monthly premiums for staying claim-free for 2 years. I'm getting 5,680 Rand.
Now that's real cash.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
Hey, football fans, get ready for a night of football.
Lashes in the equaliser.
Fun and flavor. This Friday, 19 June, come through and join us for a special broadcast of Sports Night Amplified with Andile on Metro FM.
If you survive in 90 minutes, it's over.
Live at 6 p.m. from the McDonald's on College Drive in Johannesburg, as we build up to the FIFA World Cup 2026 match between USA and Australia. Bring your family and friends and be part of the action.
That's a lovely touch, and that's a lovely finish.
Sports Night Amplified with Andile is brought to you by SABC Sport, the official broadcaster of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
For the love of the game.
The Daily Discourse on SAfm with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
8 minutes past 9 here on the Daily Discourse. Good morning and welcome. I'm Joanne Joseph. Great to be with you as always. Of course, we are heading into, towards the tail end of the week, aren't we, by the time we hit Thursday? And I think the Daily Discourse team starts to feel the fatigue of the week catching up with us now. But of course, we are out in force as usual. Kenewe and Melissa taking your calls and producing the show. Patrick is on sound. Is behind the camera. And remember, apart from listening to us on the radio, you can also listen live on DSTV channel 814, or you can go to our website and listen there. We're also streaming our broadcast. You can watch us from anywhere in the world on YouTube, Facebook and X. Don't forget, if you haven't managed to catch the show in its entirety, our digital team loads all of our podcasts onto the website. You can catch up on our interviews on demand there. Remember, we always start off with an open line at this hour. Our studio line number 086 000 2032, our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. Asking you to please, as always, keep those voice notes and the phone calls as short and sharp as possible, and that way we'll be able to hear from more of you. I'm sorry we weren't able to take the same number of calls as we usually do yesterday. It's a little tricky on an outside broadcast because you are faced with the opportunity of interviewing lots of people who make themselves available in the moment, and so we're not always able to take the same volume of calls and voice notes. But we're going to make up for that today, I promise you. We do want to hear from you over the course of the show. Let me tell you what's coming up in the next hour. We're speaking about the Tears Foundation warning South Africa that its inaction on gender-based violence has been a betrayal to the country. And we're going to talk in more detail about it's not just a general state of discontent. We're going to talk about the kind of interventions that the community dealing with GBV is actually asking for. They're asking for all sorts of things, but they want a more coordinated approach. They want the government organs that are involved in things like forensics and so on to wake up and get their systems in order so that the many cases that fall through the cracks are actually dealt with in a decent timeline. And then we're also talking about the issue later on in the show of Youth Month skills. And we generally have this conversation in a very practical way where we're talking about, what subjects youth ought to study, what kind of jobs you can get them into, what sort of plans there are to create these pipelines for work and so forth. Today, we're speaking a little bit more philosophically about the other questions that we ought to be asking. Are we raising a generation of young people to think independently, to think entrepreneurially, but also are we building up their self-esteem, their confidence, everything that is required for them to be more resilient people who go out there and keep seeking work, keep looking for imaginative ways to make the best of their lives that they can. So we're moving away from just the ordinary conversation about what do we do from a skill set point of view. We're talking about the more emotional and mental aspects of this. And I'd love you as parents to weigh in on this and tell me what you've done to build up your child's self-esteem, their confidence, their belief in themselves, so that they're able to take the world on in a different way, because that mindset actually makes the world of difference, doesn't it? It is also Gay Pride Month, and yesterday the Deputy Justice Minister was speaking about how far the LGBTQIA plus community has come in the last 30 years. Certainly legislation has moved on in a big way. We've got the Civil Union Act that's allowed gay people to get married. But what are their lives like on the ground? Are they seeing that improvement in terms of the way other members of society perceive them, right? If you don't belong to the LGBTI community, do you still have respect for that community? Are they still experiencing the kind of attacks that they used to? Remember the lesbian attacks, where women would be raped, and the horrible people who committed those crimes used to call it corrective rape, so-called, with a view to actually supposedly being able to turn them heterosexual. Can you think of anything more savage than that? But they did it, and it happened for a long time in the townships. And I want to know, even in other areas, in any area of South Africa where you interact with people who belong to that community, is there increased respect for them? And what kind of, how do you practice your respect for that community? And then a lovely one, actually, that is taking us back quite a number of decades. And it's really the amalgamation of two celebrations. Thabo Mbeki, our former president, is turning 84, and they are celebrating, his foundation is celebrating his birthday, but they're doing it by further celebrating the life and the work of Tiasoga. They've organized a celebration of his music. SAFM is actually a partner in that this coming weekend. And I think it's going to be a wonderful celebration, not just of the music that he composed, but also of his essay writing and all the other work that he did. He was just generally an intellectual of the time. And sadly, we have forgotten his contribution from a cultural point of view. But I know, those of you who grew up singing in choirs and going to church and listening to that music and absorbing some of his philosophy and so forth will have had that exposure. And I want you to share that with me. What does his music mean to you all these decades later, and why do we need to remember these amazing musicians we've had coming out of Africa who've made such a difference to our spiritual and musical and cultural life in this country? And then, yes, I'll take your Bafana predictions. Haul out those crystal balls. Let's see what you can tell us about what's going to happen this evening as Bafana plays the Czech Republic. Do you think they're going to be able to withstand the Czech onslaught? I would love to hear from you on that. 086 000 2032, a WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. Take a call from Benny in Richards Bay. Benny, yeah, you read my mind. What are your thoughts on Bafana this evening, Benny?
Yes, morning and morning to everyone in SA and so much parts of the world where they can hear us. Yeah, today we are going there. I wish I could have a full hope, that we can turn the stone around, but I doubt. The reason the standard, of the soccer has gone to a certain level, I think we made a mess from the initial. For an example, I don't think, I'm a Sundowns fan, but I don't think the coach should have taken Tembazwane to this game. Whereas you could see young blood like Mama Swangani who was going to do much more better. In terms of you need Tembazwane to play less than 10 minutes. Meanwhile, you've got a potentially somebody who can play the whole of 90 minutes or maybe 30 minutes or more. And another issue, which I think is also a challenge to Bafana, they approach the game with a Sundowns mentality instead to approach the game with the mentality of SA, because there is not Sundowns, it's SA. So if you want to implement something new, with some other people, there's no time for that. Now is the time to display the best that can represent Bafana. So let's hope the coach now will reduce the back four and try to put maybe more midfields and the people who can run, like the likes of Apollos, the likes of Mufukeng. I think they can do some wonders, so to mention that. So for myself, I've got a doubt. I can see that maybe we can play a draw, the better result.
Okay, I mean, a draw would still be okay, right? We'd still be in it with a draw, because I think Sfisa Ramara this morning explained the points system. He said, even if we just get 3 points, it would be enough for us to just survive for now. And I think, I won't be terribly disappointed either if we draw tonight. That may be enough. Benny, thank you for that. JCK in Musina is on the line to us. JCK, good morning. You want to talk about the DA?
Morning, Sis Joey. Are you well?
I'm so well, thank you.
Sis Joey, before I can get into my issue, because I heard you talking about Bafana.
Yes.
Bafana, if today they can play a draw or a win, it's something good.
Yes.
But if they fail to score today, then we must forget about the third match. But the better they score today, it might be draw or 3 points or win, then there is a light at the end of the tunnel.
Okay.
Now let me get into my issue now, says Joey.
Mm-hmm. This is the DA, yeah?
The DA, yes.
Yes.
Says Joe, what is happening there at the DA? It's just party politics. I can see it's not about competence. It's about faction. And the faction is destroying our politics today. So for me, John Steenhuisen was a leader of DA, a leader from Musina to Cape Town. And all of a sudden, he's incompetent. Man, Joey, come on. Hey, that can happen.
You don't,
think so?
Jessica, you don't think it had anything to do with his poor performance as agriculture minister, especially on the foot and mouth disease issue?
No. Even if you can put whoever, that thing is going to continue. For how long have we been suffering from foot and mouth? I can remember about 15 years when I was still working at the border. There is that disease of foot and mouth. And it's just a continuation. Even if you can put whoever they want. What I'm just telling you, because myself, I'm a politician as well. Okay. It's just party politics.
Okay, I hear you.
I mean, how can he be incompetent today? How can he be today all of a sudden?
Okay.
And you can't put an incompetent person to be a party leader. That can't be.
No, absolutely. JCK, thank you for that. I mean, well spotted. I wonder, I think that, if you're going to be the head of a political party, and I'm not saying this in a disparaging way, because people have different types of intelligence and abilities, but I think that one needs to have studied a little bit more than beyond matric in order to to be a party leader who is effective, because it's a very challenging role. You've got to look at legislation if you're going into Parliament. You've got to be able to read those documents critically. You've got to be able to argue. You've got to be able to look at the economy. And you don't have to have studied a particular thing, but at least studying a little bit further after school gives you the discipline. Whatever you're studying gives you the discipline of a little bit more critical thinking, which I think is required for a job like that. And sometimes you find that people who get into these positions and get into Parliament are not performing at their best because they don't have that skill set. But perhaps you'll disagree with me, and you're more than welcome to. We'll take a short break now. When we come back, we'll take more of your calls.
Add to cart. Love it.
Let's clear your cart when I get.
For real?
Yeah, bo. With my cashback from My Way, I will be getting 10% of my premiums back for staying claim-free for 2 years. So I'll have some extra cash to spoil you and let you live your way.
Dad, you're the best.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. My Way. Live your way.
Keep moving through 6 a.m. call times, the rain, dirt tracks, and moving through tight deadlines. Because you move with purpose, from the first stop to the final drop. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes standard with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and advanced safety features tailored to your industry. The Hino 700 is built to fuel your business's progress. Hino, all the way.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
Good morning, Joanne. This is Agimatebolo. Hopefully Bafana can win the game by 2-0 tonight. It will make us great again. But it seems like when it comes to politics and match, it seems like us people of this country, we are separated from the politics. But when it comes to election, they want us to be there with them. Now, what is happening on the ground, the politicians are condemning it. They don't come with solutions. They come with condemning. And I know the words people govern. People are governing themselves now. What are they doing as leaders? Good morning. This is Agimatebolo Joanne.
Hi, Joanna Bongani. Look, Joanna, I think John Steenhuisen is a good leader, but if you check his performance with the one with for foot and mouth, I didn't perform well there. Really, they deserve to take him out. He's a good leader, but he didn't perform well. So what's the use?
On the DA decision making, it's just a stunt. I mean, come on, the DA is showing you that that they are in power. You understand, and they've got strategic positions, and the president is just the face. Gonna take a fall at the end of the day.
All right, keep those voice notes coming. Thank you very much for those. Let's take a call from Charlie in Koffiefontein. Charlie, I understand you want to talk about the situation in Sherwood in Durban.
Yes, good morning, Joe. I'm saying that we as patriotic South Africans now have been vindicated. And we always say that illegal immigration is a problem now. Your colleagues, the journalists, have experienced it themselves yesterday. Our law enforcement have experienced it themselves yesterday. Even the residents around Sherwood have been complaining. So they're saying the situation is becoming untenable and uncomfortable. They want those people to be moved. So now if the people of Sherwood say now they want those people to be moved there because they don't want them there, why do they think that those people have a right to stay where we are staying in the townships? This is what we always have been saying. People who are pushing us down regarding immigration are the ones who are not affected by it. But yesterday, the police officers were attacked by people who were not in our country legally. The journalists were attacked by people who were not in our country legally. That is why I always say people who are not affected by these things, because these people live with us, they commit crimes which affect us, should not throw stones while they're living in glass houses. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much for that, Charlie. Marcus in Limpopo is reflecting on the same issue. Marcus, good morning. Hi, Marcus.
How are you?
I'm well, thanks.
How are you?
I'm well, thanks, Marcus. Go for it.
You know, these people from different countries, they are leaving our country. But so some people, I don't hear them talking about us who are left in the country, the citizens of this country. Some of the citizens are going to hate each other because their financial status is going to change completely. They will never get any income from anyone else, because these people, some of them, they are getting money from them, they paying rents on their yards. But if these people are leaving, South Africans themselves, some of them, they are going to hate each other. We need to be alert on that.
You know, Marcus, you're the second person who's actually said that to me this week. I know of somebody who owns flats near the area where I'm living, and a lot of the Malawian nationals apparently who lived in those areas are being repatriated, right? And those flats are now empty, but they're owned by South African people. And someone actually did say to me in the week that these South African flat owners, these apartment owners, are now panicking because all their tenants have left en masse. I think there are going to be consequences when people have become integrated, no matter who they are. When a group of people becomes integrated into a community and then they're removed from that community, there are social consequences and economic consequences that we haven't quite thought of. But I think we are going to see that happen. I think you're right on that count. Tanki in Benoni is on the line to us. Tanki, you want to talk about the cabinet reshuffle?
Oh, morning, SG.
Hi there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think we should applaud a DA for being decisive. And the other thing is that I think as South Africans, we are not being truthful or we are biased. Had Sin hasn't been a black person, we're going to say he was a project. That is the reason for his removal. But I think the leader, the DA, has shown leadership in handling this matter the way they did. And I think they deserve to be applauded for that. And ANC should learn something from DA. And I think it's time for reshuffling, for cabinet reshuffling.
Tanki, how do you feel about the fact that that essentially people are seeing this as a kind of factionalism, where Jordan Hill Lewis's supporters are being strengthened in government, whereas those belonging to other factions are slowly being removed, and the allegation is that the DA is now engaged in exactly what we've seen the ANC do before, and they've accused the ANC of doing this before.
I didn't see that coming, and I don't have the ins of the DA, and if that is what is happening, that is unfortunate for both the DA and the country, because I'm not a DA supporter. I'm not actually any party supporter, but the DA, I think, is healthy for to have a party like DA. I think it's healthy it's healthy for the nation. Right. So if it does, or if it's suffering from that now, I think it's unfortunate for the country.
All right, Tanki, thank you so much for your call. Keep those calls coming. We will take a couple of voice notes before we go through to news.
Good morning, SAFM. Good morning, Sis Jolie. You see why AfriForum is happy for the chopping of John Steenhuisen. It's because he went with Ramaphosa to the Oval House to meet the President of the United States, Donald Trump. And he disputed the fact of white genocide. So he's not implementing AMA policies, ATA, exactly how almost Maimane, they were also left the party. This is a characteristic of a DA. It's a typical DA. If you don't implement their policies, they chop you off. Luvuyo.
Vuyo, thank you very much for that. And I think a lot of people are going to be looking at this and saying, "Oh, is the DA now? Is it now dictating to the government, to the president and the government, exactly who will be in its government?" I mean, that's a very serious thing to be doing. But that's what happens when you give someone in politics the support that they require at a particular time. Often, payback time and reciprocation is expected. That might be a dynamic here. I'm not saying it is, but it certainly could be. 9:30 on the Daily Discourse. That means Anne Musa is standing by with your latest headlines.
Good morning. Thanks, Joanne. In the headlines, President Cyril Ramaphosa has called on interfaith leaders and social partners to work with government to ensure citizens' frustration is not turned into hatred for others. The president held a meeting with various religious and interfaith leaders at the Union Buildings in Pretoria to discuss issues around migration and the national dialogue. The murder trial of Warwick DJ Wara's stock is set to resume this morning in the High Court in Johannesburg for pre-trial proceedings. And AfriForum has welcomed the DA's call for the removal of John Steenhuisen as Minister of Agriculture. I'll have details on these and other stories at 10.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
9:31 on the Daily Discourse, and on the WhatsApp line, one of you is saying, "Joanne, good morning. Youth socio-economic challenges. Youth are not the problem. The problem is that senior citizens do not like change, things they don't understand, like technology. Youth brings a lot of change and technology to workplaces and social platforms. Senior citizens, even today, can't use smartphones, can't open emails and send email." Senior citizens are terrified of the youth and the change they bring, says Uncle Bob in Pulukani. Uncle Bob, shame. I'm thinking of the senior citizens I know. Like in my mother's defense, my mother's learned how to do all these things, right? She's actually pretty good at them. But we've had to do some persuasion to get her to do these things. But is that really the issue? Is the issue that, it's a generational thing, of course. Is the issue that the older people don't want to embrace technology? Is that the issue? Or is it that older people in power don't want to give up that power for young people? Look at the percentage of older people in power, in government, in labor, and all of these organizations, even in corporate South Africa. You look at business as well. Lots of very, very elderly people who are clinging to power at the last till the very last minute. So I think it's fair to say that maybe that's the problem that is arising with the older generation. Shaka in Cape Town is on the line to us. Shaka, good morning. What's your take on America and the World Cup?
Good morning, Joanne. How are you?
I'm well, thanks, Shaka. Go for it.
And you know what I find shockingly amazing?
Yeah.
From the on point when Russia invaded Ukraine, they were banned by FIFA. They were banned by UEFA not to participate in any football activities. America is doing the same thing. America is fighting, killing the people of Iran, is killing children and women in Iran, and they are even being allowed to host Iran itself. How hypocritical can we ever be? I mean, look at Israel. Israel was never banned. If Israel would have qualified for a World Cup, they would be playing. But we were banning Russia. How do we make it? How does FIFA make this kind of determination? And what I find very, very funny is that the media worldwide is so silent about this, that the country that's killing people is allowed to play, but the other country that invaded another white country, they are not allowed to play.
No, you.
Shocking.
No, Shaka, you should be shocked. I find it shocking myself, and I completely agree with you. But don't you find there are different rules for the United States? It makes its own rules quite a lot of the time. And I'm going to say this, and I'm sure I'm going to be shot down for saying this, but look at the type of men who run FIFA. We know that FIFA at some stage was a very corrupt organization. I don't know if that's changed at all. But aren't the kind of people running FIFA exactly like the kind of man running the United States? Aren't they birds of a feather in so many ways? And they look out for each other and each other's interests. And to me, that is why people are not more outraged about the fact that America has been allowed to host partly host the World Cup. I think it's, I mean, any international organization that sanctions what is happening in the United States right now needs to be called into question in terms of its ethics, without a doubt, Shaka. Thank you very much for that call. All right, let's listen to these voice notes on John Steenhuisen.
Good morning, Joanne. About John Steenhuisen, Joanne, if you remember how he betrayed Musi Maimane, now one of his own, they are betraying him. Hey, a wheel can turn. So you must understand how Musi Maimane was hurt the time he betrayed him. Now one of his own, they are betraying him. I think the right thing that John must do, must just resign and go and join FF+. They can give him a position there and then he'll be a member of the parliament. And then he'll continue to have his salary. Thanks, John. Thanks, Joanne. It's Nati in Boxburg.
Thank you very much, Nati. One of you says, loving your program. I suspect the elderly are holding on to their jobs because of economic reasons. We need proper succession programs like pension schemes to ensure that the new generation gets space, says Wendy in Neisner. Thanks, Wendy. One of you saying that the DA restructuring is being seen as constructive while MK and the ANC doing it is perceived negatively.
Morning, SAFM. It's Mandla in Bushle Park. You know, when MK suspends and demotes their members, it is said that MK is falling apart. When ANC does the same, it is said that ANC is falling apart. But when DA does it, it becomes a different story. I wonder why. As for Bafana, they should stop this system of sundowns, of back passes. Williams doesn't know how to clear the ball when they give him the back pass. They just should stop that. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that. Taking some of your calls, Romeo in Joburg is on the line to us. Romeo, I see you're reflecting on the firing of John Steenhuisen, or the proposed firing.
Yes, good morning, sister, and the SFM listeners. How are you this morning?
I'm well, thanks, Romeo. What are your thoughts?
Yes. If you look at during the time of elective conference of GA party, before they went into the elective conference, we just heard that John Steenhuisen will not contest the position because he wants to concentrate about the family issues and family matters. However, for him to join the visit of President to United States and defend the issue of genocide in South Africa, he did not agree with that. So that alone, you can hear the echo voices of the AfriForum. I think they've got an influence within the GA organization, and they are now pursuing the issue of that this guy has to be taken away because he's not implementing our mission. It's not about incompetent. It's about what he said during the course of going against AfriForum's issue pertaining of tarnishing the image of South Africa. As for
Romeo, sorry, I just want to ask you a question. How would AfriForum exercise that power? Because you've got an ANC president, you've got the ANC holding the majority bloc in the GNU. How would you persuade them that John Steenhuisen needed to be removed? It's up to the president, essentially.
Yeah. If you look at it this morning in the news, AfriForum is calling also for him to be exed from the cabinet. Isn't it not a sign that shows that AfriForum has got any interest within the GA? It has got an interest.
It may have interests, but you're saying that this influenced Jordan Hill Lewis to recall to recall John Steenhuisen?
We may not know, my sister, behind the scene what could happening during whatever, any time. There are a lot of discussion on air that could cause him to be axed from the cabinet.
Okay.
But I was about to finish my point by...
Yeah. Sorry, I'm having a conversation with you, if you don't mind.
Yes,
I was going to ask as well. But what about the others who are also being dropped? I mean, for example, the Deputy Higher Education Minister, Mimi Gondwe, someone else who's also lost her portfolio. If what you're saying is true, how do you justify others being moved, using your argument?
I'm justifying my point because John Steenhuisen was a leader of DA. He was supposed to take his own stance by either agreeing on the issue of that in South Africa there is a genocide, or else he could have stand by his own credibility as a leader of the party by giving the party a neutral answer that does not reflect whether South Africa is on genocide or is not on genocide.
All right. Okay,
So
Romeo,
that could be my reasoning and my observation, considering the fact that AfriForum is now dancing into the chain of politics by calling him to be ex as well, suggesting the member which they want.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Romeo. We'll take a short break. I'll take more calls when we come back.
Make sure you don't miss out as the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, in collaboration with Classics on Turf, pay tribute to the life and music of Tio Soga in a concert led by Mandisi Yankees with the Renaissance Singers, the Chamber Orchestra of Johannesburg, conducted by Kutlwano Masote. The concert takes place on Saturday, the 20th of June, 7 p.m. at the Wits Great Hall. Tickets are available from web tickets at 300 Rand each. Honoring the legacy of Tio Soga, made possible by Webhold and supported by SAFM.
Your colleague's car was stolen. Now they're spending their lunch break using ChatGPT to translate what their insurance actually covers. Turns out it's not theft. Meanwhile, you're enjoying your toasted cheese because Santam's comprehensive car cover includes theft and hijacking from the start. You insured nice, not twice. Get car cover online or call 0860 444 444 to get a quote. Santam, this is freedom. Santam is an authorized FSP, a licensed non-life insurer and a controlling company for its group companies.
The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
All right, we are heading towards 9:45 here on the Daily Discourse. I'm going to take a couple of your calls before we hit that point. Albert in the Free State is on the line to us. You want to talk about insurance companies, Albert? Hi.
Hi, thanks very much and good morning, and a wonderful show, Joanne.
Thank you, Albert.
I will try and be quick, but I'm not going to name the insurance company.
Okay.
2024, there's a hailstorm in October in the Free State, in Velcom specifically.
Yeah.
And I report the matter to the insurance company. I think it was around the 21st. 12 days later, the assessor comes, flies the drone over the roof, writes a report, nullifies everything, indicating that there was no maintenance on the roof and so on.
Okay.
The hailstorm was the size, I think, a size of a golf ball.
Gosh.
So the claim gets repudiated. I write letters.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm told to consult the ombudsman. Now, you and I know that the ombudsman takes forever. Be that as it may, I fix my house. Fast forward to now, I get involved in a car accident.
Yeah.
And I reported the matter on the 1st of June. And the person who's handling my claim decides to go and leave. Nothing gets done. 12 days later, I get a call. I need to resubmit the documents, which I did. Thankfully, the person who's handling the case now comes, and then we start the issue from scratch. But obviously, the accident happened, and I actually swerved and hit the wall of a house in the neighborhood.
Okay.
I fixed the wall of the house. I mean, the wall of the house where the accident happened.
Yes.
Now, apparently, I get told no, but we cannot take care of that because that is the issue between you and the person. But I said I've got a third party. So when does the third party kick in?
That's a good question. Yeah, because I assume that you would have been paid out for the damage to your car. I'm not sure because I just don't actually know whether they should have paid for the wall as well.
I take it would be taken care under the third party.
Okay. Well, I'll put that question out there and find out for you.
The point is, the issue of the car has not even been settled as we speak.
Gosh.
So much as we can, I hope somebody can probe into the whatever is going on within private companies or even insurance companies, because we are being ripped off. I've been with this company for 13 or 14 years or so.
Gosh. Albert, it varies from company to company, and without knowing the exact circumstances of your case, it's difficult for me to make a judgment here. But I think we need to hold these companies to account. We need to have read our insurance policy properly. Even when we take the cover, we need to go in with our eyes open, right? So we need to be fully informed of our rights in that regard and what claims are allowed and aren't. But also we do need to put pressure on. If these companies are not giving us what we're paying for, we do need to stand up for ourselves and make sure that they do actually and do report it to the Ombud if you feel that you've been treated unfairly according to your policy. But maybe we can just put this out there to those of you working in the insurance industry. Perhaps you could just assist us if there's an expert out there listening to what Albert is speaking about. Firstly, his roof not being paid for after a really bad hailstorm. And secondly, having crashed into a neighbor's wall, he repaired the wall out of his pocket, but they haven't repaired either the wall or the car yet. So perhaps you can give us just some guidelines, some broad guidelines on exactly what Albert is entitled to if you are in the insurance industry. Thanks very much, Albert, for that call. And I really hope this issue gets sorted out soon.
Guys, we're always posting, commenting, and clapping back. But opinions don't count. It's your ex that does. So come 20 and 21 June, get up, show up, and register to vote. Call 0800 11 8000. Visit elections.org.za or WhatsApp 060 88 0000 for more info. This message is brought to you by the IEC.
Oh, yeah, in 1976, youth switch on, and for 50 years, the nation has watched as the story unfolds. And namhlanje, courage looks the same and different. It looks like showing up when no one believes in you. It's about finding the strength to stand up again. The courage of 1976 is a pillar in 2026. SAPC 1, Mzansi for sure. The source of youth courage. My gosh.
Mama Million here, and yes, I am a millionaire. And there you'd be on the couch with your 6 numbers. But the 7 is for heaven, or yes. But 4 is for the door, or yes. But 38 is never too late, or yes. Well, the Lotto Live draws are back. Every Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. Catch the live draw at 9 p.m. The National Lottery. More plays, more chances, more millions. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by Sizakai.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
11 minutes to 10 here on the Daily Discourse. An anti-gender-based violence organisation, the Tears Foundation, has called for an overhaul of all systems linked to fighting GBV in the country. The foundation's told IOL that it's had enough of symbolic activism and said it's about time control of the crisis was taken away from government ministers who are failing to deliver. The foundation's General Manager, Celeste Lowe, is with us to discuss this. Ms. Lowe, good morning. Thank you for your time. What interventions are you calling for?
Good morning. It's so good to be here with you today. I think the main thing that we're calling for is that we get proper assistance for survivors on the ground. So in order to do that, we're asking for an autonomous body that reports directly to Parliament, that isn't under ministerial review, and that ring fences funding for grassroots organizations that actually are doing the work on the ground. So that's the one thing. The other thing is that we train first responders properly. But to do any of the work that NGOs are doing, the funding needs to be put in place right now because places are closing on a daily basis.
So which government ministers or departments do you feel are failing survivors and victims of GBV?
So you see, the thing is, it's a systemic problem because it isn't handled by one body. It's handled by the Department of Justice for a certain time, the Department of Social Development, and then policing. And so the problem is that all of those places work in silos. So a survivor never gets a holistic or all the services from one place because everything a survivor needs to do in order to go through the system is handled by different government entities working in silos.
Isn't there a way of getting them to work together, Ms. Lowe? Wouldn't that be one solution?
Well, it would be but it's not like that hasn't been tried.
Okay.
So we've been trying to do that. We've been trying to get training, for instance, into policing and social work, education, health, all of those things. We've been trying to do all of that, but there's no funding for it, and the departments are resistant to working together. They don't want to.
How well do they work with the NGO sector?
Well, you see, I think that depends on the NGO. So if you've got good relationship with policing, the NPA, for us, for instance, we, as Tears Foundation, we work with a lot of other NGOs and with departments on the ground. So with police stations in areas all down to grassroots. And we have good relationship because we build good relationship with them. But that is not an easy thing to do. That has been built up over the last 14 years. Right. So it is something that is difficult because basically you want to educate a policeman, but a policeman is under the guidance of their station. And the education that they are given around GBV is almost non-existent. So what they're saying at a high level, they're saying, oh, we've implemented all of this and you can see all the legislation, you can see all the instructions that they're supposed to follow and everything. But on the ground, none of that is happening. It's all on paper and in ministerial documents and in Parliament, but it's not happening for a survivor who walks into a police station today.
Right. Do you find as NGOs that you're essentially doing the work of government, except without the budget?
100%. Without the budget or the authority, but with all of the accountability.
It's a very difficult thing, isn't it, for NGOs operating in this sector? On the one hand, you need to build these relationships so that you have permission, essentially, to work alongside police and justice and all the social development, all the other departments that are engaged with this kind of work. On the other hand, if you try to hold them to account, some of them do hold the purse strings, and that does affect the NGO sector, doesn't it?
100%. So the thing is, if you, let's say, for instance, you're an NGO, and your money is coming from the Department of Social Development. And now you need to say, but what you're doing isn't correct. How do you do that when they are the ones who are funding you?
I mean, it's a very, very difficult dilemma to be facing. I mean, I'm wondering, does the private sector not come to the party in some ways and say, we will help fund these efforts because we see value in them?
I think that the sad part about GBV and funding is that a lot of corporates and even in government, I mean, if you see what you have to jump through, the hoops that you have to jump through to get funding, right? And a lot of corporates, what they do is tick box funding. And what they'll do is they will support an initiative like a project, but nobody wants to support overheads or salaries for staff.
Right.
So how do you stay afloat? How are you supposed to run an organization that is credible, accountable, financially accountable, all of those things, and you have no money for staff or for an office or for the printer and the laptop, etc.?
Right. I mean, what a dilemma. I mean, I wish there were an answer to this. But let's talk a little bit more about some of the other issues that are dogging your particular sector. You've mentioned in some of your writing the more than 140,000 DNA samples which remain unprocessed. Yes. How has this 100%. Affected the kind of cases you're dealing with?
100%. So think about it this way. I have someone who phones me. They've just been sexually assaulted. They've gone and got the rape kit, and now they're going to wait 3 years for the results to come back while a rapist is walking around on the streets. And then it might take you another 3 to 5 years to get them through court.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, it's a ridiculous ask of people. I can tell you, I have a case. We are on year 9. And we haven't started the defense's case yet. So that child, that was a child. Yeah. So that child is now, basically through the whole of high school, and still there's no resolution to that case.
Tell me, how successful have the specialized sexual offences courts been in securing convictions?
I think they're successful at securing convictions, but the problem is the attrition from policing to the court itself, right? And all the delays. So when I speak to prosecutors, I hear very similar stories from sexual offences prosecutors. It's taken so long to get the DNA, we can't find the perpetrator, and when we contact the survivor, they don't want to testify anymore because it's been 4 years, 5 years, 10 years, whatever, until the results are back. They're overloaded. They're trying to get, I was in a prosecutor's office not so long ago, and he still had cases from 2016 on his desk. So it's a real problem.
How do we galvanize government into doing the work they ought to do, Ms. Lowe? And I'm talking about all of these ministries that you're talking about, whether it's the police ministry, whether it is the justice ministry, social development. Is there a way to galvanize them? Because we've got a president who comes out year after year, commits to fighting GBV, commits to treating this as a national emergency, but we're not really seeing that on the ground. We're seeing a lot of lip service being paid to it at senior level. Why is it not filtering down, and what do we do to get these governments working?
So I think the thing is about the National Disaster Declaration. It was really telling the organizations that were running very big campaigns at the time of the G20. It was saying, here's a sweetie, go sit in the corner. Because what they gave us was nothing, absolutely nothing. They said, yeah, we agree, it's a national disaster, use everything we've already put in place. But we know that the stuff that's already been put in place isn't working, so it was a nothing. It was just a political voice. So until we have political will, and real accountability for the ministers of the different departments. If you don't deal with this, there's a consequence. Until we have that, nothing's going to change because there's no accountability anywhere. You can go and talk, but there's no system for accountability if you don't actually do something about it. For instance, where's the accountability for the Department of Justice if they don't fulfill their obligation to get those cases heard, or for a police officer who drops the ball, or for social services that don't rescue a child timeously? There's no accountability for that, nothing. So until there's accountability, there's going to be no change, because why should people change?
Do you have any idea of the scale of the cases withdrawn because survivors of GBV are too traumatized by the policing and legal process to continue?
Well, I don't know what the government would say about that, but I can say the percentage is very, very high if I take into account our research, and our research is being analyzed and got ready, and you should be able to get stats from us in the near future for all the cases that we've got and looking at things like that, like how many are withdrawn. But I can tell you it's a high percentage. Not only how many are withdrawn, but how many the NPA refused to prosecute because there isn't enough evidence according to them.
Thank you very much for speaking to us today, Celeste Lowe, General Manager of Operations at Tears Foundation. And if you are working in the NGO sector dealing with GBV, please talk to me. I want to hear from you what the difficulties are there. I'm I can't put my finger on how we galvanize government to do what it needs to do, because it actually does hold the purse strings in this regard. And I know of one NGO, for example, that is worried that it's not going to be able to pay social workers at the end of the month because it hasn't received its grant from the Department of Social Development. The grant is late. The grant was promised. It was granted on paper, but that organization has not been paid. So you've got social workers who are waiting for their money but may not be able to have their salaries paid this month. And it's an ongoing problem with a lot of NGOs in the GBV sector that I talk to. What is the answer to this? Is the president serious about GBV? Is government serious about GBV? Or are we just going to hear these platitudes for the next 10, 20, 30 years and watch women, children and men and boys continue to be ravaged by this, I don't want to say a scourge, because it's not something that was sent by some other force, a metaphysical force. It's something that's real in our country, that happens at the hands of people we know more often than not. But where is the leadership to solve this? Talk to me. It is 10 o'clock on the Daily Discourse, and Musa with your latest news bulletin.
In our top stories, ATM to oppose Ramaphosa's court bid to halt impeachment inquiry, and DJ Wara's murder accused back in court. Good morning. The African Transformation Movement, ATM, and its MP Vuyo Zungula have filed papers in the Western Cape High Court to oppose President Cyril Ramaphosa's bid to interdict Parliament's impeachment process pending a review into the Section 89 independent panel report into the Palapala saga. The report found the President may have a case to answer regarding the February 2020 theft of foreign currency at his Limpopo farm. Zungula and ATM in their opposition have stated the President has no basis to fear his dignity and reputation will be undermined by members of the committee or the impeachment process generally. The impeachment rules require the committee to conduct its business in a manner that's reasonable and procedurally fair. The hearing for Ramaphosa's interdict bid is set to be heard on the 15th and 16th of July. In another development, President Cyril Ramaphosa has called on interfaith leaders and social partners to work with government to ensure citizens' frustrations is not turned into hatred for others. The President held a meeting with various religious and interfaith leaders at the Union Buildings in Pretoria yesterday to discuss issues around migration and the national dialogue. The meeting comes after the President announced comprehensive measures to manage migration in the country. Viola May reports.
The President has cautioned against blaming foreign nationals for the country's economic and social challenges. He warned that frustration over economic hardship must not be allowed to fuel xenophobia or social division. He acknowledged that concerns rose as a result of high unemployment, poverty and hardship. To tackle the challenges, the President said there's a need for faster and more inclusive growth, investment and the creation of jobs. The meeting was attended by ministers and faith leaders from across the country, with the President describing religious institutions as key moral anchors in a society under strain.
The murder trial of Warwick DJ Wara's stock is set to resume in the High Court in Johannesburg this morning for pre-trial proceedings. The state has confirmed completing its investigation into the killing of the media personality, including cell phone analysis, financial records and the drafting of the indictment. Alleged shooter Armindo Pakula and alleged planner Victor Majola are expected to appear in court. Pakula remains in custody at Modderby Prison, east of Johannesburg, due to safety concerns. His lawyer has indicated he intends to plead guilty but wants to review the docket first. Police are still investigating a possible additional suspect or suspects linked to the case. AfriForum has welcomed the DA's call for the removal of John Steenhuisen as Minister of Agriculture. DA leader Jordan Hill-Lewis has asked President Cyril Ramaphosa to remove Steenhuisen from cabinet and replace him with the Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, Willie Oukamp. Manager for Environmental Affairs at AfriForum, Lambert de Klerk, says the move would be a positive development in the effort to address the foot-and-mouth disease crisis, which has been poorly managed.
Serious mistakes were made at a time when the department had to look after the interests of farmers. However, Okamp now has the opportunity to rectify the situation. He must now resist the state's unsuccessful centralized approach, in particular in handling the foot and mouth crisis, and encourage and achieve the devolution of responsibilities to farmers themselves.
And finally, Brazilian police say they've arrested an alleged financial operator for the Venezuelan criminal group Trende Aragua. Video footage showed the unnamed suspect being escorted by officers through Rio de Janeiro's international airport after his capture. The BBC's Warren Bull reports.
Police say the captured suspect laundered illicit funds for the group and had allegedly moved approximately $60 million in crypto assets over the past year. Investigators say he acted as a link between Trende Aragua members and possible connections with the Comando Vermelho, or Red Command criminal group in Brazil. His arrest comes only days after the group's leader, Nino Guerrero, was killed in a joint operation coordinated by the US and Venezuela's interim government.
Recapping the top story, the African Transformation Movement and its MP Vuyo Zungula have filed papers in the Western Cape High Court to oppose President Cyril Ramaphosa's bid to interdict Parliament's impeachment process pending a review into the Section 89 independent panel report into the Palapala saga. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Keep moving through 6 a.m. call times, the rain, dirt tracks, and moving through tight deadlines. Because you move with purpose, from the first stop to the final drop. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes standard with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and advanced safety features tailored to your industry. The Hino 700 is built to fuel your business's progress. Hino, all the way.
Oh, yeah, Club Soweto. In 1976, youth switch on, and for 50 years the nation has watched as the story unfolds. And namhlanje, courage looks the same and different. It looks like showing up when no one believes in you. It's about finding the strength to stand up again. The courage of 1976 is a pillar in 2026. SAPC 1, Mzansi for sure, the source of youth courage. My God.
This June, Youth Month, SAFM brings South Africans together across generations to reflect, challenge, remember, and reimagine the future. From students to struggle veterans, from campus radio to community voices, from 1976 to 2026. This is 50 years later, a month-long national conversation, only on SAFM. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
8 minutes past 10 on the Daily Discourse. Welcome to the second hour of our program. I'm Joanne Joseph. Lovely to be with you this Thursday morning. And of course, we're talking about lots of different things. In the next hour, we're going to be talking about climate change and the just transition, right? That's come up at the G7 that is currently happening internationally. And we're going to ask about what this means for us. Is it going to translate to a generation of South Africans who are going to have the opportunity to learn a brand new set of skills? People who've been traditionally excluded from the economy, will that bring them into the formal economy? Will that equip them with the ability to make a better living for their families and for the coming generations? So we're going to have that chat. If you're a woman out there, women actually feature quite strongly. Marginalized groups feature very strongly in the issue of the just transition. So it's a way, on paper, of bringing disenfranchised people, economically and socially disenfranchised people, into what could be a wonderful industry and could create so many jobs and is great for the environment at the same time. If you are somebody who is being groomed to actually move into this industry as a young person, a woman, anyone from a marginalized group who's having this experience, talk to me. I want to hear from you. And then, of course, your messages are coming in. One of you is responding to the interview we did on gender-based violence. I really felt quite dismayed after that interview with Celeste Lowe from the Tears Foundation, because it really gives us a sense that whatever government is doing, if it is still engaged in this whole fight against GBV, it's doing it too slowly, it's doing it too inefficiently, and it's just not showing enough urgency and agility in terms of what needs to be done. Let's listen to that voice note quickly.
Good morning, Joanne and the listeners. Look, the issue of GBV and social workers not being paid and everything, it goes to government being numb to the cries of the people. It goes them to the government, the president putting a show whenever he's doing a press briefing, because he looks all sad and concerned about the GBV, but doesn't actually direct anything towards making sure that they are escalating all the issues that need attention regarding the GBV. You can't fail to pay social workers to deal with the trauma that comes with the GBV and then come back and saying that, okay, we are fighting GBV. How are you fighting the GBV? How are you fighting it?
Great question there. Thank you so much for that. Yuliswa in Cape Town is on the line to us. Yuliswa, you want to talk about the migration issue?
Yes, Joanne. I'm actually a first-time listener, so I'm a bit nervous.
Well
first-time caller, yeah.
You're more than welcome.
Thank you, Joanne. I'm calling because I'm activating my, citizenry here. Okay. I've listened to the anti-immigration debate, and it's been quite hard, given the undertones, the intolerant undertones, to actually find each other. Mm-hmm. But I've come to appreciate the need for effective management of our borders and integrity of our borders. So I get it, and I think South Africans have been heard.
Yeah.
But the reason for my call is I've been deeply, deeply troubled by how the frustrations have dehumanized us and therefore dehumanized fellow Africans, some of which are the most vulnerable of our society, including women and children.
Yeah.
Like the normalization of hate speech, harassment, and scapegoating for problems that we know are because of the outstanding redress in this country have been really painful to watch, and of course, multiple government failures. For me, I think the moment is really causing us to lose our humanity. And I appreciate that most people say, yes, South Africans, Ubuntu works over time. But I worry that if we lost that as a value as a society, I'm worried about the society. We are becoming what society has become. And I think the frustrations are valid, but the methods and actions and the losing our connecting value system should be something that causes most of us concern.
Sure. Yulisa, thank you very much for this call. I think it's a very balanced opinion. First of all, acknowledging what South Africans are going through right now on the ground, the poverty, the deprivation, the lack of access to services, everything that we've been promised for so many years, and our people are just not getting it. And then all of a sudden, we now have to deal with people whom we perceive to be responsible for that. And I think it's a really important question we need to ask ourselves. Thank you for your call, Yuliswa. One of the Mundi Makanya wrote quite a bold piece in the Daily Maverick the other day, and it made me think about how we think about ourselves as South Africans, what we think of ourselves, and whether we are monitoring how we feel about things and how we react to things. Because it is in a country like ours where the deprivation is so severe and extreme, I think it's possible to experience the kind of deep emotion and provocation that can drive you to severe anger, right? But if people are on the other side of this, if we are prepared to turn our backs on people who are who are also in a state of severe deprivation, depending on where they come from and what they're experiencing, we've got to think very carefully about who we want to be. Whether we are prepared to resort to violent means, whether we are prepared to look at people who are suffering in their own way without any kind of compassion And therein lies the balance. It's such a difficult one because everybody is suffering. And the question is, how do we as human beings, as a country that embraces human rights, as a country that has suffered from a lack of human rights, how do we get ourselves to a point where we can remain compassionate to everyone? We'll continue the discussion here on the Daily Discourse. And of course, we're talking about the just energy transition. And let's delve into this a little bit more. We know that the two-day G7 summit has just wrapped up in Evian, France. And the gathering dealt with many issues, including the United States' war on Iran and what French President Emmanuel Macron referred to as global imbalances. He was, of course, referring to inequality, to African debt levels. Part of this picture has to do with the move towards clean energy on our continent. And in South Africa in particular, this has taken the form of the just energy transition. Campaigns and energy advisor and energy co-lead at PowerShift Africa, Karabo Mogonyana, is with us to explain. Good morning to you, Ms. Mogonyana. Thank you for your time on the Daily Discourse. What do we understand by the term the just energy transition?
Good morning, Joanne, and good morning to the listeners. So just energy transition is basically it's in the term. So we're transitioning from the usage of fossil fuels, which is your coal, oil, or gas, into cleaner energy, being like renewable energy, your wind, your solar, your geothermal. And the idea behind just energy transition is that there's a climate crisis where temperatures are increasing. We're seeing droughts, floods going on. And in response to that, we need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and energy happens to be one of those things that contributes a lot of greenhouse gas emissions. So in order to respond to that, we then need to transition our energy systems and start using cleaner energy systems that basically contribute less greenhouse gas emissions.
Right. Now, this just energy transition policy that's been put together, how does South Africa envisage the transition while bringing people into the economy who've been previously excluded?
Yeah, I think South Africa's plans are quite mixed currently. South Africa obviously is one of the countries globally that is heavily reliant on coal, very coal-dependent economy. So 80% of our energy systems is coal. So a transition for us has the potential of causing a lot of impact, being, from a justice point of view, where you need to think about the labor force, you need to think about migrating skilling, you need to think about coal towns and energy access. I mean, we're a country that has had load shedding. So in tapping into the just energy transition, it requires a lot of caution. And South Africa has developed this concept around just energy transitions with an F, in that we will have an energy mix of different energy sources, whether it's gas, nuclear, renewable energy, and coal will be transitioned over time. And there's a plan to then shut down some of these coal power plants over time and then basically revive them into renewable energy hubs or gas chambers.
All right, so I'm focusing very much on the human element here, and this is a kind of ideological question as well, because we know that the country does need to transition to cleaner energy usage, but who is going to benefit from it? I think the question that I have in mind is, when we talk about a just energy transition, is this going to be an opportunity to bring people into the economy who haven't had opportunities before, upskill them, train them, retrain people perhaps who are moving away from fossil fuel energy into the new sector?
Absolutely. So, and you can't, develop a just transition without the people, because the people are implementers of the transition, but people are also beneficiaries of the just transition. So I think South Africa's plan is definitely to have an all-encompassing, whereby there's, it's very much community and worker informed. And they really are trying their best. I do think we have a bit of a long way to go, particularly because the just transition from South Africa's perspective is heavily defined by who gives us the money. And sometimes when we're now talking at a transactional level, we forget about the realities of communities and the labor force and how it is that we have market expansion. We respond to the current state of the economy, the equality gap, the employability gap. And we hope that the government does that and does not really forget in all these transactions that are happening, because there's obviously a big excitement right now. Money is flowing into the country. There's interest to develop different energy sources. But, even institutions like COSATU have expressed a bit of concerns around how it's happening at a very high level, but we may be forgetting about communities. We may be forgetting about the labor force, and all those things are going to be important and critical to the success of the just transition. And maybe let me give an example with Komati. The Komati coal power plant was closed recently, and from my perspective, it was a disaster, particularly because it was not people and worker informed. It was in response to a JETP that we signed to say we need to shut down coal mines. There was no planning on the labor migration. There was no planning on how that community around that coal mine is going to then survive, the livelihoods and sustainability. And it speaks to poor planning, but also just the rush and response to, global north countries have given us money, we need to shut down, coal power plants. So we need to be very effective and understand that South Africa's transition has to be people informed, because 80% of our energy systems is coal dependent.
I really like the sound of what you're saying there, but I'm wondering, when you talk about who gives us money for this, surely the policy comes into play. Say an international country would want to say to us, okay, we are very interested in investing in this sector of yours. Do we not haul out our policy in that moment, Ms. Moganyane, and say, actually, we'd love to be able to be funded by you, but these are some of the basic tenets, the newly adopted values that we want to include in this just energy transition. Is there a way of working that policy in so that the funding allows for it?
Absolutely. So it definitely matters who sits on the negotiating table for South Africa, because the truth is, if two countries are coming together, a lot of these countries are European countries, if they have their own interests, they have their own, interest in terms of, we want to get our businesses into the market, we want to get benefits from this, and rightfully so, because it's their money at the end of the day. But also they have conditionalities that if we give you our money, this is what we want, this is what you need to get to us. And as a result, we need to have a bit more bargaining power, or they have more bargaining power. Whoever gives you the money kind of controls the dynamics of the day. We do need to have really good and strong negotiators at every transactional table, because we need to bring our own conditions to be like, okay, we understand you're bringing the money, but this for us is our terms. We need labor migration, we need technology transfer, we need financing that at least develops our economy. And unfortunately, a lot of the times as the public, we find out about these transactions after they've happened, and we don't really have much influence of what happens at that table. And we hope that those we've elected really do have our best interest and put forward strongly the conditions that are in the best interest of South Africa.
Ms. Moganyane, you've raised something really interesting here, because there are young people out there listening to this program right now. They are unemployed. There are women listening to this. They've never had a stake in a business, an energy business of any kind, right? They've never been trained for it. But they're saying, probably pricking up their ears and saying, maybe this is an opportunity for me to get a job in the formal sector. How do we access those people who are going to essentially be in the engine room of what keeps this alive, the foot soldiers, who are going to build this energy system, keep it alive with the skills they acquire? And how do we go out into communities, find those individuals and bring them into the fold?
Yeah, I think there's different players in this entire conversation. So sometimes people think all of this is sitting with the Ministry of Energy. But for example, municipalities have such a big and essential role to play, and just local government, provincial government have an essential role to play in implementation. So a lot of the jobs, a lot of the skilling, a lot of the funding is going to be distributed at a municipality level. I think what's going to be very important is because the domestic market in terms of energy companies, there's not a lot of them. So you find a lot of the companies are from other countries, Norway, China, and other European countries. It means that there's still a big gap in terms of we need, entrepreneurs in the continent and in the country to be able to tap into this market. I think a lot of research needs to go into it. Perhaps maybe that's the starting point. A lot of research of what's happening, because the market is going to grow. There's opportunity in clean cooking. There's opportunities in battery storage. There's opportunities in, compiling these very solar panels. There's a big, big market, waste management and so forth. So perhaps research is the starting point. And I think the second point is then understanding the different players, that what is the role of municipalities? Perhaps local government is possibly the most accessible currently, but also understanding then the flow of where a lot of the money is situated. So a lot of the money is coming in, yes, at a national level, but you have ministries of education coming in because skilling is needed. You have the labor market coming in because you need to shift the market itself. So there are all these different players coming in. But also I think think tanks and civil society are really trying to get as much information to people. COSATUs also has done a lot of work in terms of the labor force and, what this just transition and even green industrialization is going to look like from a job and market shift. So I think a lot of research just needs to firstly go into it to understand the players, and then you at least understand at which level people are and who you can actually even approach.
There's also a very real fear that the elite and those with proximity to power will become the greatest beneficiaries of the just energy transition. Could that be true, judging from our previous track record?
Absolutely. It could definitely be true. Like I was saying, the domestic market is not really well developed. So those who have access, those who have, access to the relevant, whether it's the government officials or government departments, will have that favor and preference. I think also it speaks to, our bidding processes, our procurement processes, and how it has been designed, unfortunately. We hope that because there's also development of funds. So there's just transition funds that are developing, and some of these have tried to diversify. So they want to give, SMMEs opportunities. They want to give think tanks and CSOs opportunities as well to contribute to this. We hope that the diversification of funds will mean that funds will sit with different people, but there is that reality of, it's also a very capital intensive industry. So those with money will likely be the ones who will get a lot of these tenders and opportunities.
One can only hope ethics will come into the picture very strongly here. That is Karabo Mokhonyana. She is the Campaigns and Energy Advisor and Energy Co-Lead at Powershift Africa. Thank you so much for your insight into that story. I think you were able to unpack that very, very well for us. 10 here on the Daily Discourse, and your messages are coming in at this hour. Firstly, what do you think about this? Do you think, as ordinary people, there is a space for us to play a part in this just energy transition? I love the spirit of the document. I think that the idea of this policy is wonderful, but I think there are a lot of people sitting out there who will be left out in the cold if we're not able to actually ensure that ordinary people who cannot access work, cannot access employment or skills development are actually brought into the program. That has got to be happening at community level. One of you says, "Hi, Joanne, we need to urgently tighten and improve the quality of education to the people. This in order to remove emotion from our political decision making. Dancing and food hampers to sway decision making must be rejected ASAP," says Naveen in Durban. One of you says, reflecting on the Bafana game, "Good morning, Joanne and team. My wish for Bafana tonight is to win the game and not leave it for the last game." Bafana, you listening? A win today and at least a draw in the last game will be the best result, I think, under our current situation. Kentosh from the Eastern Cape. Let's listen to a couple of your voice notes on this.
Good morning, Joanne. You're speaking to Moscow from Limpopo. You know what? We don't have a chance. We don't have a chance. Those people are so big, the physique, and even our standard of football, we can't compare our standard with those people. The standard is different. So I'm telling you, we are coming back. The worst thing, our last game, that one they will finish. They will finish us. So I hope things will turn good, but we got no chance. Thank you, Anne.
Thank you so much for that. I guess we need a reality check too.
Morning, Joanne, and your listeners. Joanne, I'm still supporting our Bafana team. Whether today they're going to score the goal or not, for them, it's a wonderful experience, to play in the World Cup. It's something they're going to carry with them for their lifetime. How many countries wish they could just be there and be at the present of the whole world? Thanks, Lucy.
Thank you so much for that. Whatever says, good day, and Bafana today is going to win 2-0 from Innocent Ramotwala at Macaps. Yeah, I hope your prediction comes true. Let's listen to one more voice note on that.
Good morning, Joanna. We Bafana supporters, we play soccer by the mouth. Czech Republic will show us and will score more goals than Mexico. Anonymous, Cape Town.
Okay, thank you very much for that. 10:30 here on the Daily Discourse. We're catching up with Ondela Mbano for your latest news headlines.
Thank you, Joanne. On the news headlines, the Makhanda High Court has granted an interim interdict preventing the ANC Eastern Cape's Provincial Task Team from acting as a structure pending the finalization of a legal challenge against its establishment. And the African Transformation Movement and its MP Vuyolwethu Zungula have filed papers in the Western Cape High Court to oppose President Cyril Ramaphosa's bid to interdict Parliament's impeachment process pending a review into the Section 89 independent panel report into the Phala saga. And the Maldanga Commission has ruled that the testimony of witness J will be heard fully in camera after citing safety concerns. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
Just after 10:30 here on the Daily Discourse, we're talking in the next hour about the issue of defending constitutional gains in terms of queer rights. I mean, this is something that the country really took a step forward with in a huge way a number of years ago when gay marriages, for example, were allowed. And since then, the legislation has been evolving, right, constitutionally and in terms of Parliament. And we have this conversation every now and then, especially during Gay Pride Month, to find out what the gains are that actually have been made. Is everybody moving forward? Are some people still being held back by ideas that gay people, members of the LGBTI community, don't deserve the same rights as others? How do you feel about that? We're going to be talking in the next half hour to someone from an organization called Out, and they are going to be talking about a webinar that was held yesterday that was highlighting the progress and the challenges that exist for South Africa's community, LGBTI community. So if you'd like to talk about that as someone from the community, or someone who observes the progress of the community, legislatively and otherwise, you're more than welcome to weigh in. Studio line number remains the same, 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp number 0614 104 107. I want to also listen to a couple of voice notes on this. Let's see, some of you still rooting for Bafana. The others of you saying that, we need a reality check every now and then.
Hi, SAFM. Bo Bafana. As little use like the ANC and Mr. Danny Jordan. They must come home before tonight. Please stop the embarrassment. Let them come home before the game tonight. Please save us for the embarrassment. Thank you.
Shame, don't be so hard on them. Michael in Kagiso, do you think that our previous caller has actually been too hard on Bafana?
Yes, morning, Sis Joe. How are you?
I'm well, thanks. I'm optimistic about tonight.
I'm an ex-professional football player.
Oh, okay.
The miracle that will happen, Sis Joe. Mm-hmm. The only thing that will the coach must do for today's game.
Yes.
He must change the whole team. There are players who have never played. He must change the whole team from the goalkeeper. Then we can do something. Okay. But if he can bring back the previous players that have started the first game, we must just forget and call it a day. Thank you, Sue.
Thank you so much for that. That's what you call an educated opinion, right? I'm just listening and I'm learning here because I'm no football expert. I'm the least of that, in fact, because I can watch, but I'm not always absorbing all the details, the technical details of what's going on. I'm watching at a very rudimentary and primitive level. So you'll have to bear with me when I listen to this input. If you want to argue with it and put your view forward, you're more than welcome, but I'm not going to be able to argue with people who've played football for a number of years. I'm really not on that level. Okay, we are heading towards 25 minutes to 11 here on the Daily Discourse, and the national task team that is on sexual orientation and gender identities has hosted a virtual Pride Month webinar online to reflect how much legal progress the LGBTQIA+ community has made in South Africa in the last 3 decades. Legally, South Africa is something of an outlier on the continent in terms of its constitutional support for queer rights. Most recently, the country refused to sign up to an agreement promoted in Accra, Ghana, in which queer rights are being sidelined. Co-chair of the National Task Team on Sexual Orientation and Gender Identity, Sibonelo Nana Trawa, joins us to reflect on this issue from a human rights point of view. Thank you so much for your time on the program today. How much legislative progress on queer rights do you believe has been made in South Africa in the last 30 years?
Morning to you and morning to your listeners. I think it's a lot that has been made when it comes to the law or when it comes to paper. For example, we have the Civil Unions Bill, we have the NIS, which is the National Intervention Strategy, which looks into a lot of components that address hate crimes, but also address economic power and so on, but also well-being of queer people, but also changing of mindsets of communities. So on paper, South Africa has been doing quite well. In fact, on paper, South Africa is leading in the world when it comes to advancing the rights of queer people. However, the lived realities might be a bit different, and they are different for different types of people. For example, if you are black female and identifying as a lesbian, your realities might be totally different from somebody who is gay, a cisgendered male-bodied person living in Sandton. Those will have two realities. Also, having said that, it is also the realities of a poor white gay man will be totally different also from realities of a rich black man. So South Africa has got those dynamics when it comes to how people live and how people experience what we have gained. So it is also important to take those into account. But to answer your question, a lot has been done. And like I said, South Africa does lead when it comes to queer rights on paper, but also some people experience freedom more than others.
I mean, that's such an important thing, pointing out the intersectional reality of belonging to the LGBTI community. And yesterday we observed a Deputy Justice Minister, Andre Snell, making some interesting comments on this issue. He spoke about the real barometer of South Africa's rights regime depending on how comfortably LGBTI people feel moving about in their communities and in other public spaces freely. And we recall it wasn't so long ago that lesbians were being raped in townships. Do you believe there's been advancement in this overt kind of violence in our country?
Look, lesbians are still being raped in townships even today. Currently, I'm chairing the rapid response team where we're looking at hate crimes. And most of the hate crimes that are on the register are of black lesbian women living in townships. So townships are still the hotspots when it comes to people having a high level of intolerance against female-bodied people, but also female black, poor bodied people. So it becomes townships have made it a norm in a way that if you are a feminine bodied person and you are black and you are poor, that people then take advantage of what rights you deserve and what rights they could then limit for you to have. For example, we still see a lot of trans black women who still can't move around or express their gender the way they want to express it. And this only happens mostly in townships and in rural areas. It's a different story in Midrand. It's a different story in Sandton. It's a different story in Cape Town, in your CBD. But when you go to places such as Willow Valley in the Eastern Cape, when you go to places such as Khayelitsha, sometimes when you go to places such as Umlazi, you find that feminine bodies or female bodies still experience quite a high level of intolerance and a high level of violence. And when you look at these crimes are not just somebody smacked somebody or somebody shot somebody and left. You find that somebody is shot, killed, their body parts or their body disemboweled, their body being burnt. And like, for example, if you look at the case of Lulu or Andile Ngamata in the Eastern Cape, in Gqeberha, how brutal the killing was when it came to them. It's not a normal killing.
Tell me what education is being done in townships and in other areas where LGBTI people are at risk currently.
Look, the civil society is struggling. You look at what is happening in the West, the Trump administration reversing the gains that we have done in the country, but also in the world and also in Africa. You look at the gender movement or the anti-rights movement fueling or paying for a lot of people to spread hate. You look at people such as Ngizwe Mchunu being able to spread hate that a Zulu person or a Zulu gay man can't wear a traditional attire. And when it comes to gains, we do see the justice system responding to that. For example, tomorrow the case of Ngizwe Mchunu is going to be sitting in the Equality Court.
Right.
However, we also do see, if you don't have money, if you go through the Equality Court, it takes forever for us to receive justice. Unlike if you have money, for example, like Julius Malema, who just went to court with his money and got a verdict in a very short time after Ngizwe had said something to them. But with us, it takes forever if we are just approaching the South African Human Rights Commission, for example, because this is a reality, because these institutions, Chapter 9 institutions, are funded poorly. And by them being funded poorly, it means that justice is delayed. And if justice is delayed, justice is definitely denied, because a lot of people can't still move freely. A lot of gay people still can't freely wear their traditional attire just because they identify as homosexuals. And people like Ngizwe Mchunu, when they feel that they don't deserve to wear their traditional attire, they are able to spew their hate into the communities, and communities respond by violence most of the time, as we have seen the hate crimes register almost doubling when it comes to hate crime cases that we have been registering.
You know, there are lots of things that I'm putting together in my head based on what you've just said. I mean, one of the things that you've pointed out is something that the Minister also pointed out yesterday, that, there's some far-right movements that are taking hold around the world. And those far-right movements actually have their tentacles in South Africa as well. Sometimes those tentacles come through politically. Sometimes Christian nationalism takes hold to the point that, emanating as it does from those countries, they are able to extend some of the ideologies from that into our society. And then you've got other traditional individuals, like Ngizwe Mchunu, whom you mentioned. And then you've got this concoction of maybe religion and culture that are working against the progress that has been made in the Constitution. How do we balance constitutional rights with the cultural and perhaps religious belief systems that prevent the rights of LGBTI people from being respected?
Look, the truth is that our culture and our religion is not a homophobic religion. It has always been diverse. However, forces from the West, religion or religion from the West, or religion from the Americas, where they pay to have values instilled in Africa, are the ones who are fueling this fire. You see this in the last week conference in Ghana just concluded, the Family Value Conference, which is paid by Americans, meaning that we are taking American values and bring it into Africa the same way how colonialism worked, where they first came with the Bible, and then after coming with the Bible, they then said it is family values. It is the same strategy that they used before, which they are using again. Next year in 2027, the same conference is coming to South Africa, where they are coming to tell us Africans on what are family values. Our values are not the same as how the West family values were. Our values, our families were diverse. Kids were raised by communities, including gay people, including lesbian people, including trans people in the past. It is only when the West came with their ways of doing things that we started seeing binary, that it has to be male and female. And even nature doesn't operate that way. We do not have male and female only. We have male, female, and intersex people. But the way the West has fueled how we see ourselves and how we devalue our own values, which were quite diverse, is quite concerning. I think the minister is also right that this is well fueled by forces which are not in this continent. However, they are using religion as a lubricant and making sure that South Africans, not only South Africans, but Africans, look at how we used to do things as if they were primitive, and look at our diversity as if it is something which is alien. We see this only how South Africa has become Afrophobic when it comes to how we want to chase away our own African siblings, and then we say because they are in these borders illegally, the same borders which were not put up by us, the same borders which were put up in Germany, borders that were not designed by us. So we are even chasing away our own siblings because powers from outside are telling us to do that. And you find movements, for example, like March to March, well fueled, and they are not even telling us where they are getting their money. They are just telling us that they are being privately funded. But we know they are well fueled. You cannot have a leader flying up and down and such things.
Sorry, Mr.
As well.
Nana, I just want to bring you back to the topic at hand there, and I don't want to move into the area of immigration here, because we need to be speaking specifically about the rights of the LGBTI community. But I want to challenge you on one point, and I take your point completely in regard to what you say are Western influences and right-wing influences and Christian nationalistic influences that do play a part in the rights of this community. Having said that, I am almost convinced that someone like Ngizwe Mqunu would say to you, I'm not taking my lead from the West. I'm taking my lead from traditional Zulu African values. And how are we prepared to reckon with that in our own communities where culture is being used as a reason to discriminate against LGBTI people?
I think we can't separate the two. The two are quite linked because queers are also affected by what is going on, by what is happening in the country when it comes to immigration. Queers are also affected. They come here into South Africa because they are running away from being killed in their own countries. So it affects queer people quite more than maybe a normal immigrant. But going back to your question and saying Ngizwe might take it from the Zulu culture has never been homophobic. The Zulu culture, if you look at history, we have words such as inkonkoni. If you look at the meaning of the word of inkonkoni, it is a word that has been praised before. It is something that is different, that is not male and that is not female. You look at Izangoma, their culture, where they even have Ishoba, which is called inkonkoni, which is something very precious. So it is not true that the Zulu culture is homophobic or transphobic or biphobic. It is the West that is telling us that. The Zulu culture has never been transphobic when it comes to those things. Izinyanya understand when it comes to people may not necessarily fall under male or female. Hence, we have people who are intersex. Hence, we have people who will be called, for example, in the Eastern Cape, which will be called Italas, which means they are neither male or female. So it is not correct that our African culture is homophobic. It is correct that the West has made us to believe that being diverse is a problem, where being also looking at female bodies also as less of bodies. That's why we have so much violence in Africa against women as well, is because we have been told that females are less than us. But if you look at history, females have always been in par with the male and also the intersex sex. So it is not correct to say the Zulu culture is a homophobic culture. It is incorrect to say so.
All right. Let's take a call from some of our listeners now, a couple of listeners, in fact. Thomas in Newcastle is on the line to us. Thomas, hi there.
JJ, thanks for taking my call. JJ, I am a Zulu man, and I am a liberal. I'd like to believe in that. I say let people do what people want to do, right?
Yes.
Having said that, I'm a Christian. I'm a pastor.
Okay.
Right? And particularly, I am taking a bit of, I don't know if I should say umbrage or I'm concerned with what your guest is saying in this. Ngizwe is not a Christian. He has never professed that, and I actually, being a Christian myself, I would disown him if I listen to his word. He is vulgar, he's all that. So he's not a Christian. So he's not opposing the alternative, as you guys would call it, politically correct lifestyle, because he's been influenced by the West. From listening to him, he hates the West, number one. Number two, if he says the West is bringing this, I am saying the West is bringing this alternative lifestyle because there is proof. So in Kombani, one is pointing at the other because there is proof that gay people are coming in droves from America, from Europe, when we are having these gay parades and that. And as a South African, I can't say they can't do that because our constitution allows them. But they can't turn around and say things that are unreal. The fact of Inkonkoni, for instance, as he's saying it, that doesn't mean that's a gay thing. If he says in olden days, the African culture, he mustn't be throwing words. He must give us situations where this person was gay and this is how it happened. Because as far as I know, in my African culture, there's never been a gay situation. And not only that, it has always been frowned upon.
Okay.
That must be a known thing. Look, they must leave, they must do whatever, but they shouldn't be making us feel guilty if we don't espouse that lifestyle and force us. Because then that's where...
Yeah, because I mean, no one is being forced to do anything that they don't want to do here. This is specifically about the rights of the gay community. I want to take a short break. I'm going to give you a moment to think about that before we respond to that. Let's take a quick break.
Make sure you don't miss out as the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, in collaboration with Classics on Turf, pay tribute to the life and music of Tio Soga in a concert led by Mandisi Yankees with the Renaissance Singers, the Chamber Orchestra of Johannesburg, conducted by Kutlwano Masote. The concert takes place on Saturday, the 20th of June, 7 p.m. at the Wits Great Hall. Tickets are available from web tickets at 300 Rand each. Honoring the legacy of Tio Soga, made possible by Webhold and supported by SAFM.
Hey, football fans, get ready for a night of football. Lashes in the equalizer. Fun and flavor. This Friday, 19 June, come through and join us for a special broadcast of Sports Night Amplified with Andile on Metro FM.
If you survive in 90 minutes, it's over.
Live at 6 p.m. from the McDonald's on College Drive in Johannesburg, as we build up to the FIFA World Cup 2026 match between USA and Australia. Bring your family and friends and be part of the action.
That's a lovely touch, and that's a lovely finish.
Sports Night Amplified with Andile is brought to you by SABC Sport, the official broadcaster of the FIFA World Cup 2026. For the love of the game.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
8 minutes to 11 here on the Daily Discourse. We're having a conversation right now with Sibonelo Nanana Trawa, and he is the co-chair of the National Task Team on Sexual Orientation and Gender Identities. And I'm going to ask you to reflect, sir, on that issue of the previous caller and what he had to say in response to what you've been telling us on the program. And I'm wondering whether the essentialist view that you appear to have adopted about what the West stands for versus what Africa stands for may have been the cause of his ire.
I think the listener is a perfect example of what I was talking about. Firstly, I didn't say Ngizwe was Christian. That's one. it is incorrect of them to say Asset Ngizwe was Christian. Asset Ngizwe's views and the way of doing things are highly influenced by the West, and also, I believe, funded by the West. If you Google now Ngizwe wearing an American flag, Ngizwe paraded an American flag saying they are proud of this flag. So it is also incorrect for the listener to say Ngizwe frowns upon the West. He has an American flag draped on his body, running around the street, celebrating a country that colonized the Indians and took away their land 250 years ago. So what the listener is saying is incorrect. Going back to maybe making an example, they are correct when they say there has never been a gay situation in Africa before. The word gay is Western. However, there has been Istabane situation in Africa. There has been Inkonkoni situation in Africa. There has been Ungengili situation in Africa. For example, it is normal for Izangoma, for a male and a male to marry. It is not frowned upon. And that's the African way of doing things. However, when Jan van Riebeeck landed on this continent with the Bible, a lot of things changed. A lot of how we viewed people, for example, intersex people, we viewed them as a medical problem or a medical illness. Even today, we still have intersex kids being killed by midwives because they believe they are not supposed to be alive. And that is highly also influenced by Christianity itself. Because if you look at our African culture, isn't Konkoni or Ngingili were never killed. In fact, they were celebrated. However, when the West came and when religion came, especially the Christian religion, a lot of injustices happen to people who find themselves not fitting in the binary prescribed boxes prescribed to us by the West. So what the caller or what the listener shows us is exactly what I'm trying to point out, is that our cultures that celebrated diversity have highly been poisoned by what the West sees to be how a human being needs to look like, or needs to act, or needs to express themselves.
All right. Let's take a call from Lynn in Kimberley. Morning, Lynn. What's on your mind?
Hi, yes. Good morning, Joanne. I would just like to pose a question to your guest, just as but for information, because I don't know.
Okay.
What is, in Africa, the tolerance or not of the LGBTQ by Islam or Muslims? Are they allowed to practice being gay or lesbian, and is it acceptable in Muslim countries?
Would you be able to answer that question, Mr. Nanatra?
Yes, I would be. I think that's a great question. See, religion is not only Christianity. We have different religions, and a lot of religions might be against homosexuality, but not all religions are against homosexuality. You find, for example, in the Hindu religion, that it is quite accepted. But going back to the question itself, which looks at Muslim religion, a lot of South African Muslim queer people live in fear. For example, we have the case of the Imam Massim Hendricks, who was gunned down in Gqeberha just because they spoke of love and celebrating love in its pure form, and that as a Muslim person, they could be able to love another man and want to marry another man. They found themselves being killed in a democratic country such as South Africa. That reality is a reality for many Muslim people in the country. Some of them have received death threats. Some of them have been killed. Some of them, we have a case, for example, of a child in Gqeberha who is in hospital because they've tried committing suicide for the third time because the family does not allow them to be queer and being Muslim at the same time. Also, the family does not want the child to leave the house. So the only option that the child has opted for is to try and kill themselves. It pains us also as civil society, but also as activists, is that we still have a situation in South Africa, even though our constitution protects us, that there are people who are able to kill other people just because that the next person does not identify the same way as they identify or express themselves. And using religion, thing that is supposed to be speaking of love and being tolerant with one another, but using the exact book to then justify the killings of lesbian women, trans people, gay men, and other minorities in the country.
Let me put a last question to you as we head to the top of the hour. What you're saying to me, the way I am interpreting it, is that the responsibility lies with us as people who may embrace culture or particular kind of religion to actually go back to the origins of some of those religions and cultures, and to say, what did they stand for? What were the values of these religions before they were tainted by outside influence, or before they evolved into the forms in which they exist today, in which the LGBTI community is condemned? Is it important to do that in order to be able to balance our constitutional responsibility with our cultural and religious affiliations?
I think it is important, but I think it's even more important for people to look into themselves and ask themselves, if I'm hating Sibonelo for just being married to another man, what does it do to my life? What does it change to my life? How does it affect my life? If I'm hating somebody from expressing themselves differently from myself, what does it do? And then they can look into their religion. The religious books are also, it's good to note that religious books are also written by men. They were not written by God himself. They were written by men and influenced by the local politics at the time. And people also need to take that into account. But also what is more important is that a person needs to really search, if I am going to feel the need to kill someone just because they are different from me, am I not the animal in this case? But also one more thing, going back to maybe what the listeners have said, nobody is forcing anybody. What we are saying as civil society, but what we are saying also as LGBTI organizations, is that stop killing us, allow us to live our lives, get out of our lives. We are not in your lives, we are not in your marriages. I myself, what affects my life is the 3 kids that I have that I help raise. It's my brothers that I help school. It is my mother that I help feed. It is the community that I help breed by raising funds for youth development. It is my husband that I love at home and want to build the future with. So I don't enter in anybody else's life.
Right, we're going to leave it on that note. Thank you so much for a very interesting discussion there indeed. Co-chair of the National Task Team on Sexual Orientation and Gender Identities, Sibonelo Nana Trower, joining us at this hour. 11 o'clock on the Daily Discourse. Let's get your latest news bulletin. Ondela Mbana is standing by.
Thank you, Joanne. On the top stories, court nullifies Eastern Cape's ANC provincial task team, and Apple plans to raise prices of its products. For SAFM News, I'm Ondela Mbana, and a very good morning. The High Court in Makhanda in the Eastern Cape has nullified the recently installed ANC provincial task team. This follows an application by ANC member Lwazi Khoya and others. They brought the application shortly after the announcement of the 40-member task team by ANC Secretary General Fikile Mbalula last month. ANC spokesperson Yanga Ziklina says they welcome the judgment, adding that the party will seek legal advice to chart a way forward.
So the judge has granted an interim interdict, interdicting the PTT from operating as a structure, pending the finalization of the matter. It's effectively, this means that the ANC will have to take the judgment, will have to study it, and will have to, of course, under our wise legal minds, to be advised of the proper or appropriate legal route to take.
The African Transformation Movement and its MP Vuyolwethu Zungula have filed papers in the Western Cape High Court to oppose President Cyril Ramaphosa's bid to interdict Parliament's impeachment process, pending a review into the Section 89 independent panel report into the Phala saga. The report found that the President may have a case to answer regarding the February 2020 robbery of foreign currency at his Limpopo farm. Zungula and ATM in the opposition have stated stated that the president has no basis to fear that his dignity and reputation will be undermined by members of the committee or the impeachment process generally. This is the impeachment rules require the committee to conduct its business in a manner that is reasonable and procedurally fair. The hearing for Ramaphosa's interdicted debate is set to be heard on the 15th to 16th of July. President Cyril Ramaphosa has called on interfaith leaders and social partners to work with government to ensure that citizens' frustrations is not turned into hatred for others. Yesterday, the president held a meeting with various religious and interfaith leaders at the Union Buildings in Pretoria to discuss issues around migration and the national dialogue. The meeting comes after the president announced comprehensive measures to manage migration in the country. Viola May reports.
The president has cautioned against blaming foreign nationals for the country's economic and social challenges. He warned that frustration over economic hardship must not be allowed to fuel xenophobia or social division. He acknowledged that concerns rose as a result of high unemployment, poverty and hardship. To tackle the challenges, the president said there's a need for faster and more inclusive growth, investment and the creation of jobs. The meeting was attended by ministers and faith leaders from across the country, with the president describing religious institutions as key moral anchors in a society under strain. Viola May, SABC News, Johannesburg.
A 22-year-old man has been gunned down in a mass shooting incident in Manenberg on the Cape Flats that left 5 others, including a police officer, injured last night. Police spokesperson SAfmRadio says 4 men and a woman were standing in front of a house when a car stopped and the occupants opened fire on them. Van Wyk says one of the police members who responded to the scene was hit with shrapnel.
According to reports, a silver grey car drove down Rio Grande Walk. When it stopped and the occupants alighted randomly, shots were fired at the people standing in front of the premises. Police officers patrolling the area responded to the sound of the gunshots, and upon their arrival on the scene, the suspects fired several shots at them. A 42-year-old police officer was injured by shrapnel to his head. The suspects fled the scene and are yet to be arrested. Manenberg police registered a murder and 6 counts of attempted murder for investigation. The incident is believed to be gang-related.
The Madlanga Commission has ruled that the testimony of witness J will be heard fully in camera after citing safety concerns. As a result, members of the media and the public will be excluded from this morning's proceedings. A redacted transcript of witness J's testimony will be circulated on the media by Monday next week. Evidence leader advocate Tabang Boe elaborates.
Reasons in the main. Safety and security concerns for himself and his family. The second is to protect investigative leads and ongoing investigation concerns. And the last is to protect investigative methods. This application is not brought by the evidence leaders, but is brought by the witness himself, but is supported by the evidence leaders.
Apple plans to raise the prices of its products as the cost of the memory chips it uses has surged. The technology giant's outgoing chief executive Tim Cook told the Wall Street Journal that price increases are unavoidable as the situation around memory chips has become unsustainable. He did not say when the prices will rise or which products will be affected. Recapping the top story, the High Court in Makhanda in the Eastern Cape has nullified the recently installed ANC Provincial Task Team. This follows an application by ANC member Lwazi Khoya and others. I'm on Delambana for SAFM News Headlines at 11:30.
You are listening to The Full Circle,
a space where generations come together in conversation that seek to spark curiosity, inspire innovation, and feed the curious mind. For arts, culture, and robust conversations, join me every weekday between 1 and 3 p.m. on The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga as we explore the stories, lessons, and conversations that guide us back to self.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAFM weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
7 minutes past 11, and we are into the final hour of the Daily Discourse this Thursday. Thank you for joining us. I'm Joanne Joseph, and if you've just tuned in, we keep having the interesting conversations, leading the conversations that move us here on SAFM. Our studio line number 086 000 2032, our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. Coming up in the next hour, we are talking to the Chief Impact Officer at my desk, and this is about the issue of Youth Month, right? But it's tackling youth issues from a slightly different perspective, right? We know that the national conversation often focuses on employment or unemployment, as the case may be, skills shortages, barriers preventing young people from entering the workforce. We are talking about this a little bit differently. We're talking about the skills you can't see that easily, that are wound into the fabric of children, of their consciousness, their mental health, and so forth, and how that either equips them to deal with the difficulties that they face as a generation, or perhaps holds them back from doing that. So we'll have that conversation in just a moment. I'm sure there are lots of parents out there and young people who want to comment on this, so please make use of our studio line and our WhatsApp line to comment. We're also a little bit later on talking about this wonderful partnership that SAFM is involved in. It is a cultural one, and it's a twin celebration actually of former President Thabo Mbeki's 84th birthday and the legacy of Teosora that is being celebrated. So the musicians out there, the choral experts, everyone who's been in a choir and sung this beautiful music or been exposed to some of his essay writing and so forth, give us a call, participate in that conversation here on the Daily Discourse. 9 past 11, I'm also going to just play one or two of your voice notes. We had quite a number of responses to the issue of LGBTQIA plus rights, and that is of course being looked at during Pride Month as the community assesses and reassesses how much progress they've made, not just on paper, but in real life. Unfortunately, I can't play most of the voice notes that we got because a lot of them are full of hate for the LGBTI community. And I'm asking you, please, if you want to participate, please, you're more than welcome to, and we love to hear from you. But please do not send in hateful messages about people, especially marginalized people. If you disagree with what they're doing, there is a way of saying so. If this is somehow affecting your life, the fact that they have rights, there are ways of saying that. Pick up the phone, send a robust message if you like, but don't say hateful things that are hurtful, unconstitutional, and basically unkind. Right? There isn't a need for that. So let's play this one from someone who offered a more balanced view.
Good morning, Joanne, the team, and your guest. This is David from Imanzana, Mpumalanga. I would just like to say something quickly. I agree with what the pastor said previously, but I would like to also add, I too am a pastor. I do not agree with the lifestyle or the choices they have made, but I do not condemn them, even though I believe the Bible is against it, but I accept them and I love them. And I think that's the important thing for us as Christians who have different beliefs. We must stop judging, stop condemning, stop hurting, and show them the love of God. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much for that message. We'll take more of those. And as I said, you are welcome to express your point of view, but just do so in a way that is respectful to the people who are listening and the people whose lives are tied into this reality. All right, 11:11 it is for Good Luck here on the Daily Discourse. And this Youth Month, we've placed much of the focus on the shockingly high unemployment rates among the youth, pointing out that 60% of them are without work. But one Chief Impact Officer believes that before youth have even contemplated entering the workforce, much has to be achieved in terms of building their confidence to be able to tackle the challenge of work and everything associated with it. Chief Impact Officer at my desk, Talita Budram, joins us now with an explanation of this idea. Ms. Budram, good morning to you and thank you very much for your time on the Daily Discourse. When we speak only of unemployment, skills shortages and barriers to entry at work, are we excluding certain other important aspects of the conversation?
Good morning, Joanne. We definitely are. In South Africa alone, a basic resource such as a desk is unattainable for 2.3 million children. So a basic resource such as a desk to write on at school or a chair to sit on. We treat youth unemployment like a finish line problem, but it's actually a starting block problem. Their capacity to adapt and learn and grow and innovate is cemented in their very young years of development. And we miss this crucial window by not providing them with the basic resources that they need to succeed and dream and be employable in the future.
What are those resources, Ms. Bodram?
Those resources include having a desk to write on at school and having a chair to sit on, or electricity or a light to do your homework at home. By not having these resources, it affects a child's handwriting. It affects their focus, their concentration, their homework delivery, and their overall academic ability. It's very compromising for a child's dignity, especially a girl child, when they're expected to sit on cold, muddy floors for the entire school day. Then they go home and have no homework space to write on, let alone electricity to see their homework at night. So it has detrimental effects to their overall academic performance.
I mean, I think what you're talking about here in a wider manner is the reality of poverty in the lives of our children, but also the poverty mentality that then latches onto them, so to speak, that they find it really hard to let go of as they progress through their young lives.
Most definitely. And, how can we expect children to be the future of tomorrow? How can we expect our youth to be the successes we expect them to be without providing them with the correct environments for them to thrive and succeed?
So I want to ask you about this issue of curiosity and problem solving, right? That's something that our children, I'm not always convinced, do begin to be exposed to from early childhood development level. How important are those two aspects to raising them within the context of an environment that requires curiosity and problem solving and nurtures them?
Definitely. It is such an important aspect, and most kids are not given the environments to thrive and succeed and be curious and be innovative in their own senses. But I do believe that in these sort of situations, South African youth are extremely and incredibly resilient. But that resilience is sort of born from a hardship. And we need to build this proactive resilience where you remove the barriers you give children and give them the mental space to actually dream and lead. But that comes from making them feel safe in their environments, making them feel like they are worth investing in, and giving them that confidence to go out there and truly believe that they can succeed. I mean, I was 16 when my science project came to life, but that same science project has now impacted over 5,300 children in these deep rural, deep poverty-stricken areas across Southern Africa. But it was because I was allowed to dream. I was given a safe space to do so, and I was my environment gave me the confidence to go out there to see a problem and know that I can solve it.
You see, that issue of confidence may be something we as adults take for granted, but how central is it to whether children can actually imagine themselves succeeding, particularly in a country like ours, where so many of them don't?
Most definitely. The issue of confidence is an extremely important factor. It allows a child to have the mental space to dream, to want to go further than beyond their means, beyond what they see. And it is something that we as adults take for granted, but it is something that is so important to instill in children at a very young age to make them feel like they can go out there and succeed. So something like the physical space a child has is the first indicator of their self-worth. If a child learns in an environment that doesn't make them feel confident, is not dignified, they sort of internalize their ideas, or that their ideas cannot go as far as they think it can. So at my desk, we see the shift instantly. When you provide a child with a dedicated, dignified tool to learn on, they stop worrying about basic comfort and start focusing on creation. They immediately see themselves as capable.
I think it's important that you've spoken about the issue of dignity in regards to children, right? We know we're living in a society where children are severely socioeconomically deprived. Many grow up in orphaned households, right? They head up those households, or they come from fractured families. And many have experienced one type of abuse or another that they can't even speak to anyone about. How does that shape their perception of their world and their place in the world if they are not afforded the dignity that children actually do deserve?
It definitely, I think it hinders as we've mentioned, their confidence and their ability to believe in themselves, their ability to dream further than what they see. You cannot dream of something if you don't see it. So their dignity plays a huge role in them being creative, in them being confident enough to know that they can succeed and to know that their circumstances, the circumstances that they were handed don't necessarily mean that these are the circumstances that they will have for the rest of their lives. So we need to build a proactive pipeline of people of children that are dignified, that are confident, who don't just look for jobs, but engineer sustainable solutions, but are innovative and creative within their communities and can grow into that and hopefully create careers out of that.
So I'd be interested to hear what kind of advice you'd give both government, parents, as well as schools and other organizations with which children interact in terms of how they ought to foster this problem-solving power within them, to make them problem solvers and solution seekers rather than individuals who see themselves as victims of a system where they won't make any progress or move beyond a certain point of advancement.
So the advice that I would give each of these sectors is completely different. For parents and communities, I'm speaking from experience because my parents believed in me and instilled that confidence within me and gave me a safe space to learn. I have had the ability to dream. I've had the ability to create real, tangible impact and make a career of just taking my homework seriously when I was 16. So for a parent, I would say to create an environment at home where children can voice their ideas, make them feel free to be creative, allow them to make age-appropriate choices, and show them how their actions can contribute to not just their household, but their communities at large. For teachers, I would say transition from acting by just giving instructions to creating an environment that is a problem-solving one, getting the children to think beyond just taking an instruction. And for government, I would say that they need to shift their funding models towards reward-proven early development success. So very focused on outcomes rather than just proven results, and provide measurable cognitive progress rather than just rolling out physical facilities. So, as I mentioned, focus on outcomes. Make sure that real social change is happening to ensure that our children and ensure that our youth raises the next generation to be better than we were.
Thank you for speaking to us, Talita Budram, Chief Impact Officer at MyDesk. All right, 21 minutes past 11 on the Daily Discourse, and something a little lighter. There's a very special cultural tribute taking place this weekend. It's the melding of two legacies, that of former President Thabo Mbeki, who's turning 84 this year, and that of the late iconic musical giant Theo Soga. And we are, of course, celebrating his canon, the Thabo Mbeki Foundation honouring Soga's memory, partly through a recollection of his music, particularly Lizalis Idingalako, Fulfill Your Promise, a hymn that is sung widely at religious gatherings. Lucanio Nier is the CEO of the Thabo Mbeki Foundation and joins us now. Thank you so much for your time on the program today. What is the significance of this event taking place?
No, thank you, Joanne. Thanks for having us. For us, it was important. Today is, in fact, President Mbeki's birthday. And we thought the best way for us to honor and celebrate his birthday was not necessarily to have an event focused on him, but rather to understand that he comes from a long lineage of people who've been thinking about this renewal of the continent. And President Maky, that is, has been saying that he considers Reverend Theo Soga one of the fathers of the African Renaissance. And so we then thought as a foundation it was only fitting, therefore, that for this year's birthday celebration that we would focus on the Reverend Theo Soga for the very reason that you mentioned, that he has been this one of the foremost intellectuals of the 19th century. His work, both in literary form but also in musical form, continues to impact us today.
I mean, he did some really interesting work. There is his musical canon, but there's also important work he did as a man of the cloth, as an intellectual and a creative who tried to inculcate the habit of cultural memory.
Yeah, 100%. It's interesting to think about that he passed away at the age of 42. But in the years that he was active, he formed a part of a board that revises or the translation of the Xhosa Bible. He creates Indaba, this newspaper. He's writing columns from there. He's translating Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress. Yes. He is writing over 30 hymns. It's really the scale of his impact in the short amount of time that he had is really warrants us as a people across the continent to consider his work and his impact, but also to consider how do we think about his work and the work of his contemporaries in today's in our moment today. And so for us, really. The work of the Reverend Theo Soga requires us to pause and to consider it afresh, not just during this concert, but throughout the way we conduct ourselves as well.
I mean, it's interesting, this convergence, the work of Theo Soga in the past with Thabo Mbeki's own tenure, post his presidency perhaps, his interest in the Malian libraries and his contribution to not just to politics but to cultural memory as well. How important is that convergence as this occasion comes together?
When we as a foundation think about this idea of the African Renaissance, and we've been saying repeatedly now that when we think about an African Renaissance, we're talking about a political renaissance, an economic renaissance, a cultural renaissance, a social renaissance, as well as a technological renaissance. And we think when these things are together, we will then be able to say that the continent has indeed been renewed. So you're quite correct. We at the foundation, with President Maky as our patron, have been very interested in not siloing how we think about the development of the continent. That the political work must take place, the economic work must take place, the social work must take place, but also the soul of the nation, which is in a sense this cultural work, must equally take place. And so you see this finding expression through the Thabo Mbeki Presidential Center, this project that we're building in Killarney in Johannesburg, that is going to narrate the story of Africa's development and liberation through the perspectives of historical and contemporary leaders. So we've been collecting archives of political, economic, and cultural leaders. And we think for us as a foundation that it's important that the people of the continent and the world are able to understand the continent beyond a single narrative. And typically they may give us a narrative of underdevelopment, of poverty, etc., which may very well be valid narratives. But there's much more to us as the people of the continent, and this cultural sphere and the cultural life is equally important as well.
Tell me about this event that is happening in a couple of days' time, Mr. Neer. Who are the musicians involved in this? Who is conducting and performing?
Sure. We were very privileged when we decided to embark on this project. We had in mind that we would look at Theo Soga's hymnody, so his hymns, some of the hymns that he had written and composed. And so we then thought the most appropriate person to ask to be the creative director and also performer in this concert would be the musician Mandi Sijantis. So Mandi Sijantis is the creative director. He's been arranging and orchestrating the music alongside Professor Mike Campbell. So he will be performing alongside a city piece, a choir that we've called the Renaissance Choir. That choir will be joined by a 34-piece orchestra under the baton of Kutlwano Masote. So both the choir and the orchestra will be conducted by Kutlwano, and the creative director of the concert is Mandi Sijantis.
And that sounds like a wonderful lineup you have there. Is it open to the public?
It is indeed open to the public, but unfortunately, all tickets have been sold out already.
As suspected. Yes. Well, that just goes to show you're going to have to do more of these, Mr. Neil, because I think there's going to be great interest in this. And thank you so much for speaking to us today about the memory of Tiosoga, as well as the former president, Thabo Mbeki, and his cultural contribution as well. And I wish you the very, very best with this event. And I think we'd like to wish President Thabo Mbeki a wonderful 84th birthday today. It is a milestone. And perhaps you want to give us a call from home on our studio line or on our WhatsApp line and tell us what you believe Thabo Mbeki's legacy is as he turns 84. And the notion of I am an African, what does it mean to you in the cultural climate in which we are living right now? Does that mean something to you? Is it something that has been influenced by certain developments in the country? How do we see ourselves as South Africans and Africans knitted together in this continental body? And what do we need to do to, I think, rebuild these relations that have been so badly harmed by the events of our country in recent weeks? We will have that discussion right after the news. Let me quickly play one of your voice notes before we go through to the news bulletin. And this was a comment on the conversation we had about the LGBTI community.
Hi, good morning, Joanne. Nora here in Heidelberg. You know, it's very disturbing that when we talk about GBV, we talk about the gays, lesbian, etc., their rights, etc. It's usually men that are very hateful towards women, towards the LGBTQI community. It's mostly, in majority, it's men, and it's very disturbing. I personally, it does not affect me who you choose to spend your life with. It's not my business what you do in your personal life. So really, I don't know what makes other people so angry about how other people live their lives. It doesn't make any sense. Live and live.
Thank you, Joanne. On the news headlines, the High Court in Makhanda in the Eastern Cape has nullified the recently installed ANC Provincial Task Team. This follows an application by ANC member Lwazi Khoja and others. The Malanga Commission has ruled that the testimony of witness J will be heard fully in camera after citing safety concerns, and the South African Weather Service has called to cool weather conditions can be expected across the country from today. Some of the provinces likely to be affected include Gauteng, Mpumalanga, Limpopo, Free State, Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
11:31 on the Daily Discourse. Taking your calls on our studio line 086 000 2032, our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. If you are a choral aficionado and you'd like to talk about Tiosoga and his legacy, then you are more than welcome to call in. Perhaps you want to talk about Thabo Mbeki's legacy as he turns 84 today, or perhaps some of the other stories we've been talking about over the course of the morning are on your mind. Would you like to respond to the issue of the LGBTQIA plus sector, looking at progress made post-democracy and what the rights of people should be in regard to that? And then earlier we also spoke about the issue of climate justice, and we asked about the just transition, right? Are ordinary people going to be brought into the just transition, or is this going to be an opportunity for the tenderpreneurs who've dominated the sector, just about every sector where money was available, funding was available in the past? Are we going to see them again reaping the benefits of that? Or perhaps you'd like to comment on our earliest story on the show, the question of gender-based violence and the allegation the Tears Foundation has made that government's inaction has just become too much, and they're now asking for NGOs to be funded in order for them to do the work that government has not been able to effectively carry out. One of you is also talking about dysfunction within the Democratic Alliance. Let's listen to that.
Good morning, Joanne. You know, it's very nice to be Democratic Alliance at times. They're in government when they want. They are the opposition when they want. They blame the government at times. At times they're in government. I mean, I really don't understand. And the sad part of it is that they're not being questioned about these things. To say, I mean, where are you really? I mean, help us understand. Right now, look at what is happening now. The demands that they are making to the president. You can imagine SICP doing that. Imagine COSATU doing that. Imagine ANC Youth League doing that. Imagine the voice of DA on this radio station, how it would be like. It's so sad, really. I mean, for me, they must be called out for who they are. Hypocrites. Thanks. This is Luzu.
Luza, thank you so much for that message. All right, and in case you're wondering why we haven't brought you an update on what's happening at the Madlanka Commission in Pretoria today, it's because that hearing is taking place in camera, so we don't actually know the contents of that discussion at the moment. I will tell you that what is going on is a live media briefing at the moment, and the IEC, the Independent Electoral Commission, is holding this media briefing in Centurion, and they are encouraging voters to use the online voter registration portal, especially those young ones who don't want to stand in queues to do things. Please listen up. We want you to vote. Please use this portal. Register to vote. That's one word. Register to vote.elections.org.za. register2vote.elections.org.za. So you can do a couple of things. You can either do it online or you can go through to your nearest IEC centre where you can register. We're coming up for voter registration on the weekend. We need as many of you to have your say in this democracy as possible, and using the ballot box is one of the foremost ways you can do that. So please make sure that you are registered to vote, and this weekend is an opportunity to get up to date on registration if you haven't already. Right, Prince in Durban is on the line to us at this hour. You want to talk about youth employment, Prince. Good morning.
Morning, Joanne. How are you?
I'm well, thanks, Prince. What's on your mind?
Yeah, Joanne, man, you know this issue of the youth and all the citizens, unemployment citizens in this country. You know, the only solution, Joanne, to this issue is that the government creates a basic income for these people so that they are able to have a guaranteed accessibility to all the things that our country is offering in terms of jobs, businesses, etc. Because, I mean, if we continue expecting these people to be actively seeking for jobs while they have nothing on their hands, that means we are promoting illicit trading in this country now. That means we are indirectly promoting illicit trading. Because, I mean, jobs is the responsibility of the private company. Private sector. It's not a responsibility of the public sector. The public sector's responsibility is to create a guaranteed accessibility in terms of basic services, basic needs for these people, so that they are able to have, full access to whatever they need in the economy.
So you're saying this should take the form of a grant or something like that, Prince? Is that what you're saying?
Joanna, sorry, I can hardly hear you here.
Sorry. Okay.
Sorry, I'm busy. There's a lot of.
No, that's fine. Not to worry at all, Prince. But I think there's an interesting suggestion there. I mean, it would cost the country a lot of money. But what if you had a youth grant of some kind, apart from all the other grants that exist, right? Like the grant for elderly people, or the grant for unemployed people and that kind of thing. Why I think it's an interesting suggestion is because there is evidence to show, there's research to show that people in whom grants have been invested have actually done something with that. They've been able to educate their children. They've fed more families. Families do grow from social grants if they're starting from zero. If they're starting from almost scratch where they have virtually nothing, and you give them just that little bit of a hand up, that they are able to actually make something out of that. Is it possible? Do you think it's a viable thing to give that to our youth? Maybe when they leave school at the age of 18. Again, just spitballing out here. So if you can think of a better way of implementing this, please suggest that to me. But should they be given something so they can begin that search for a job, or begin that search for a place at university or at a TVET college? What do you think? Is that workable? One of you says, morning JJ, Thabo Mbeki's leadership was his deep insight and intelligence that many could not understand. Happy birthday to him from Ice Block in Welkom. Ice Block, thank you for that. And let's listen to this voice note on the UIF.
Good morning, Joanne. The decision to put UIF under administration is long overdue. I put my claim in 2023. We are now in 2026. I haven't received my unemployment insurance claim. They are scapegoating, saying your permit has expired. Yet, the Minister of Home Affairs extended our stay in South Africa to 2027. So, these UIF officials have been withdrawing fraudulently our claims. And government must take responsibility, because Department of Labor made it compulsory that if you are working in South Africa, you must contribute towards UIF. But now they are not giving us our claims. So it's something that should have been done long back. And government must take responsibility. We have been raising this thing for a long time, but no one was listening to it. Thanks, James Johannesburg.
Thank you very much for that. And I think there's an ongoing problem with the UIF. I mean, it also, after we interviewed them a few weeks ago, the story then broke that money had been stolen from the UIF, and so it wasn't able to actually perform its duty the way it does. So for me, the solution, what I did when I was pregnant and I needed to claim money from the UIF, I actually went through someone who could help me. I found a lady who was able to act as an agent, and she was able to get some money out for me, but she also charged a fee. And that may be one of the only ways that we can actually get money out of them right now, because I had a relative who also wanted to claim from them a few weeks ago, and they needed a document, but at no point did they tell him that they needed this document to verify something. Nobody communicated with him at all. He kept going onto the system. He kept checking whether his application had been granted. And only when he eventually phoned and finally got through to someone, they said to him, oh, well, there's a note on the system that you need to provide this document. Has no one told you? And that's part of the problem. They don't also communicate with you as to what the issue it may be. All right. We are also, tomorrow, we're going to be talking about this issue of the legal aid strike. And I want you to gear up to participate in that conversation, because legal aid does important work in South Africa. They essentially foot the bill for legal representation for people who may not be able to afford it. Somebody may be accused of a crime in this country. They may not be in a position to be able to afford the legal representation, because legal representation, as we know, is very expensive in this country. So if you can't get someone to represent you pro bono, you may be in serious trouble once you land in court, right? So if legal representation is a problem, if legal aid South Africa is in any way compromised, then you may end up with a problem where cases are also held up in court for several weeks, months, however long the strike takes, because people are unable to access that representation in court. So if you're someone who is employed by legal aid, let us know what your situation is like on the ground. What is it that you are striking over? And do you see this as being a 2-day strike, which some media have billed it as, or is this going to go on indefinitely? That's what I'd like to know from you. Crispin in Durban is on the line to us. You want to talk about migrants, Crispin? Good morning.
Good morning, Joanne. Something struck me right from the beginning of all of this agitation about foreigners.
Yes.
The language was about illegal migrants. But I was there at Addington when this all started.
Mm-hmm.
And there I was being excluded because I refused to produce an ID. Now, that was an illegal action to exclude me. The people next to me were legally documented migrants seeking to enter the hospital, and they were being excluded. So right from the beginning, there was no real emphasis on legality. It was simply anti-migrant, what we would call xenophobic. And of course, this is not being directed at people living in Constantia or Sandton. You don't get masses of people surging through the area, pulling people out of their homes to check if they are foreigners and demanding that they go to the police. I mean, even the people who were loaded up in the buses of Durban, we saw that on our televisions. They put all of those people through all of these horrifying situations to find out that one of them was not legally documented. So at what point do you say this is about illegality when everything about the movement is caught up in illegality, in assault and attacks on people's homes and attacks on people's property, even murder in cases of in Western Cape? So
I mean,
that's going to be challenged.
Yeah, it is a challenge. It is a challenge because I'm hearing different things from different people. Many of our listeners call in and say, as long as people are legal, we're happy to have them in the country. We don't mind living alongside them as long as they're legal. One of our listeners phoned in and said, I grew up with many migrants in my community, and we've known for a long time that they were documented. We don't have an issue with them. You've got others who call in and say, we want all migrants out of this country, regardless of whether they're documented or not. What concerned me was something that I heard on Kathy's show this morning, in which a community representative, I think he was from an NGO, and he was assisting with this issue of migrants who are now in community halls or sleeping on the streets and that kind of thing. And he said that very little notice has been taken of who is documented and who's not on the ground in practice, right? So there are cases, as you correctly say, of people who don't care whether people are documented or not, because they are foreign, they just want them out. What concerned me the most was that Home Affairs sent an official to a group of documented migrants and said, leave the country anyway. What does it mean if a government official is saying that, right? It means that the paper on which your migration documents are printed mean nothing. They're completely valueless. I can't imagine how a Home Affairs official representing government could have said, even though you've got papers, you've got to leave. Because that undermines the work of the entire Home Affairs and justice system in the country. There's a reason people are documented. It's so they can stay in the country. So I think that line is being crossed in certain areas, and I think even it's possible that even our officials, our government officials, may be crossing the line. But I can't paint everybody with the same brush and say that everybody wants all migrants out. There are different people voicing different thoughts on this, and I think the bottom line is people should be documented. Government should do its best to have documented all the people who applied to be documented, and there should be no grey areas about who's allowed here and who isn't. Jefferson in Joburg is on the line to us. You also want to talk about UIF, Jefferson?
Yes, how are you, ma'am?
I'm well, thanks, Jefferson. Tell me what you're thinking.
I'm good. No, I'm very concerned about this UIF thing. Because like myself, I've been here for very long. I think since this ZEP permit, I was also contributing my UIF. So now it's a time where they said we must go back home and this and that. So I think if they can give us maybe explanation how we can quickly claim our UIF, then we know what to do with it before we run away, actually, before they chase us away, before that.
Okay, Jefferson, thank you very much for that call. Let's take a voice note on the issue of skills.
Morning, John. I don't think we need grants as young people. What
we need to do as a country is introduce soft skills in high school from grade 9 upwards. Make sure that a person leaving school with a grade 12 or without grade 12 has a bit of a skill, soft skill that or two that they can use in order to participate meaningfully into the economy, and that will require a bold and a very aggressive public-private partnership to realize this, to make sure that this happens. It also, I also think that the money that should be used in this regard is the money that's spent on CETAs, on NYDA and CEDA, because I think those institutions are failing dismally to do what they were supposed to do for the young people in this country. Thank you. It's important, Freire.
Paul, thank you. Thank you for those lovely ideas. All right, we are going to end it on that note today. I want to thank you so much for joining us and for all your communications over the course of the day. We'll do it all again tomorrow between 9 and 12 here on The Daily Discourse. We'll see you then. Take care from the team and me. Bye-bye.
The soundtrack of your life with Ernest Pillay.
Some songs take you back instantly to your first love, a road trip, or just simpler times. The soundtrack of your life with me, Ernest Pillay, is where timeless hits and forgotten favorites come together to tell your story. It's not just music, it's rediscover the songs that shaped your journey. Tune in to The Soundtrack of Your Life with me, Ernest Pillay, Saturdays and Sundays, 1 to 4 p.m., only on SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide.
Standing on his own.
This June, Youth Month, SAFM brings South Africans together across generations to reflect, challenge, remember, and reimagine the future. From students to struggle veterans, from campus radio to community voices, from 1976 to 2026. This is 50 years later. A month-long national conversation only on SAFM. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. For 90 years, one voice has informed, challenged, and connected a nation. SAFM, South Africa's national English public radio station. Established in 1936 as the SABC's very first service, the A program, evolving through the English service, Radio South Africa, to SAFM in 1995, shaping thought and strengthening democracy. From a full-spectrum station to a trusted home of news and talk, SAFM continues to lead the conversations 90 years strong. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
SAFM presents the last episode of the book The Unfair Way, The Untold History of South African Black Golf, written by Jerry Lepu, read by Simpiwe Kwana. Please note that the views expressed in this book are not that of the station. Listeners' discretion is advised.
As before, whites continue to dominate the game of golf in South Africa. At the Johannesburg Open and Alfred Dunhill Championship, which were played at the end of 2020, black golfers were conspicuous by their absence. If they did take part, their names didn't appear at the top of the leaderboard. They simply made the numbers. Both tournaments were won by motorized. The still predominantly white leadership of golf organizations wants to talk about merit, with players proving that they are worth sponsoring and developing. A clearly very convenient stance to adopt when it is known that our country's history has predisposed whites to excel, especially in such a niche environment such as golf. It suits white golfers and their clubs to maintain the status quo, knowing that golf and access to golf amenities is often cost-prohibitive and classist at its core. It is an easy thing to say that sponsorship should be based on merit when you have the rule book in your hands. A system of meritocracy in golf is just another way to keep black people out and maintaining a white boys' club. So desperate is the leadership to maintain exclusivity and the status quo, knowing such that they have gone as far as promoting foreigners with no context of the history of this country and how it has affected golf development to leadership positions, so they can feign ignorance when issues of transformation are raised. Regretfully, despite the advent of democracy, more than a quarter of a century, the dream of transformed South African golfing landscape that reflects society remains deferred. Golf in South Africa at all its levels, from organizational structures to the players, all but mirrors the slow pace of racial and economic transformation in the country. With about 196 people of color in professional golfing structures and black professional golfers since 1994, the South African Golfing Governing Body, the Professional Golf Association (PGA), is still largely, if not wholly, composed of white males. The picture is the same on the golf courses up to the professional tour. It is safe to say that the status quo will not self-correct. It has not managed to do so in over a quarter of a century. Least of all, since much of the effort to transform the game of golf from the boardroom and eventually to the golf course has been met with plain resistance since the new PGA constitution was adopted in 1991 by the old whites-only PGA and the TPA. In 1996, the same constitution was amended without consultation. The government doesn't escape blame. In more than 25 years of democratic rule, there doesn't appear to be any clear interest in ensuring that the game of golf is transformed to become an inclusive sport. Several attempts desk, which was consulted and requested to intervene but failed to respond. History has shown that the transformation of anything is not simply there for the taking. It is an uncomfortable process which challenges long-established and jealousy-guarded norms established over epochs. It involves a dramatic change, more so in the context of race and gender. To achieve it, what it is called for is equally extreme, involving radical measures in the cold face of expected disquiet from all stakeholders. The mirror reflects a bleak picture indeed, but like any change worth its salt, a hard and long road is the only option to the desired end. We must take it. Otherwise, the alternative outcome is that courageous efforts of our golfing forebears would have been futile. They deserve better than that. While there may not be a happy ending for this book, it is a recollection of the past and present. It is a passionate contribution to the history of golf in South Africa of both the forgotten black golfers of the past and the underrated black golfers of the present. The hope is that it will motivate the emerging young golfers still traveling on their journey to their destination. May they continue with courage, tenacity, and with the knowledge that the black golfers that came before them paved the way for them to continue to succeed. Looking back on the experience shared in this book, a pattern has emerged. There seems to be an idea that the only way to make a meaningful impact in the sport of golf is to play the sport. Playing the sport is not the only way to get involved, as there are other areas to consider getting involved in. The first step is to demystify the sport and discard the belief that golf is a sport for the rich. One does not need to be privileged to understand the rules of the game or even enjoy it. Once a person moves on from that mindset, one can then explore the other elements that make the sport what it is. Like any other sport, golf is a lucrative business with many facets. Just a few things to consider in golf include manufacturing of golf apparel, golf clubs, and golf carts. Those are just the things that a person sees at face value. There are more issues at play behind the golfer, like their management, fitness, and finances. Golf courses and clubs also have areas of opportunity like landscape architecture, business management, marketing, environmental impact assessment, and logistics. If the aim is to promote inclusivity and diversity in the sport, the effort needs to be made at every level and not just on the course as a player. Passion and skill alone will not drive change. Change is cumulative, and every effort towards a common goal is how you make change. By instilling this mindset in township schools, you will find that students will not only develop an interest in golf, but also explore the possibilities available to them.
That was the last episode of the book, The Unfair Way, The Untold History of South African Black Golf, written by Jerry Lepu, read by Simpiwe Kwana. The book is available at the Bridge Bookstore. It is broadcast on SAfm at 11:45 Monday to Thursday on the Daily Discourse. It is produced for the station by Vovi Patal, read by Simpiwe Kwana, production by Wiseman Manele, Nanda Koza, and Tato Mapuruma.
SAfm 104.6 FM in Tshwane.